we will do. Alright guys, UTHERMAL 2v2 action. What match am I streaming? Steadfast is picking the matches, so I'll be streaming whichever one is probably less exciting. Yeah, I'm not sure. I didn't read. Yeah. Alrighty. I'm absolutely not in the right chat channel either. Not in the slightest. Alrighty guys, so we'll get going in a few moments and kick off. We'll be covering obviously 2v2. I always like doing 2v2 once every so often. I always think it's very fun to do it every few months. I really feel like 2v2 is very fun, you know? Like every few months 2v2 is very fun because it's like it's fresh, you don't know exactly what's going on and all that kind of stuff. Love it. It's sad that you had to follow on Twitch, then you heard YouTube stream and felt the warmth. Yeah, we got the multiple options for whichever you guys prefer. You guys can take your pick on what you want to watch on. Watch wherever is better for you. Beautiful. Alright, well, we got some videos coming up and we'll be in-game in just a few moments for our first match of the day, guys. Again, hope you're all doing well. Excited for some action. How can you pick? You, But you can just go to the YouTube if you want to watch me on YouTube. That's all I'm saying, that we are live on Twitch and YouTube. We have the multi-stream working. The multi-stream is working. Alright, some videos coming in for UTHERMAL and Jumi versus Skillus and Wayne. Obviously, we don't know necessarily guaranteed what the what the matchups are going to be, I guess. Like this Terran Protoss versus Protoss Zerg on paper, but I'm pretty sure they can play offers if they want. So it doesn't have to necessarily be that. Doesn't necessarily have to be that situation. It is best of 3, so we just get a couple more videos in, and we'll be good to go into some 2v2. Love it. Should cast the same match Steadfast casts. Yeah. Steadfast asked if I wanted to draft. This was a crazy concept. He was like, do you want to draft which games we cover? And I was like, that sounds like way more effort than I want to go through picking like one match each at a time. So yeah, I told Steadfast that try and split them evenly, and we'll just and then I don't really care. Obviously, like, obviously, like, I know everyone would want to cast the MaxPax SERRAL combo, but, I mean, I wasn't eager enough to fight over it, I suppose. So, yeah, we're just gonna cast with, cast whatever we get given. We're not actually the mainstream, guys, we are the B stream. So, the fact that I got any option at all potentially was kind of nuts. So yeah, we're just gonna be a good B stream and just take what we're given and enjoy. That's the plan. Enjoy some games. Who's mainstream? Steadfast. Undercurrent is going to be map number 1, apparently. I don't actually know if I know the current 2v2 maps, to be honest, so I'm going to learn as a guy. I probably do. I know some of these names, I just don't know all of these names. Yeah, I think I know some of them. They're just writing them shorthand. When we get into the mouse, I'll probably be like, oh, it's this one. Wikipedia says UTHERMAL's point of view is the mainstream. Well, yes, UTHERMAL is the mainstream, but he's playing. So if you want the main cast to stream. Am I even listed on Wikipedia? I wasn't even on Wikipedia when I looked earlier today. Wikipedia doesn't always have all the information straight away, you know. I mean, you're also very welcome to go watch UTHERMAL's point of view, but then you're not going to get much casting along with it, right? So, yeah. Emerald City going to be our opening map. It's ready to roll. Gonna get colors set, hopefully to blue, blue, red, red. Or blue, teal, red, orange. Blue, light blue, red, orange is typically a good color combo. And we'll kick this off. So Grizzles the Bear, thank you so much for the 11-month resub on the Prime. Everyone ready? And this first best of 3 of the 2v2 event is about to begin. Alright, counting down. Let's jump in and see what happens. Let's enjoy some 2v2. As we have Emerald City, as I say, coming up to start us off here. In the top left-hand corner. We're going to start off with the red and orange team. It is going to be Wayne and Skillis. Emerald City, one of the macro, kind of very, very comfortable macro maps. Probably one of the most macro favored maps in 2v2, I would say. And they are going to be playing Zerg Protoss, so their main races here. Against main racers on the other side of the map in the blues, it is UTHERMAL and Jumi. So yeah, this is going to be, I can say the, pretty much just the same, I don't even know what I'm trying to say. Well, my brain's just broke. Apparently you take a 20-minute break from casting in the middle of the day nowadays, and your brain doesn't work when you come back. But yeah, this is, like I say, a very macro map. Your 2 bases comes very easily, and you actually have a good choice of, you know, moving up high ground, low ground for your third, for whichever player needs to kind of take the better position. So red from the get-go, I think that's going to be a pretty major thing to keep an eye on. Once that probe is going to patrol and get ready to throw a bit of a wall up over on this right side as well. So it's going to throw straight into the gateway. And yeah, the probe will continue to nibble. Probe gets pushed back the other way. Barracks in the SCV continues up as well, as we take a few moments to get everything into place. So yeah, first few moments, nothing so crazy as you just settle down. Obviously, probe coming across the map. Players walling, players expanding. Skillers doesn't wall to the low ground. He just kind of plays into the main, but obviously he's not playing against a Zerg, and typically the walls are usually to help keep Zerg players out. Like, sometimes you want to wall against some Terran units and so on, but for the majority of the time, walls are primarily to help, deal with the Zergs. And that's what we're looking to avoid on this one as that probe steps in. The Reaper is still very much so coming up. And we do have the Nexus and the Gateway continue to come online. Cybercore Nexus building as well here. So we get that all on the way through. Overlord heading down to the bottom right side. And it's going to be heading into the main in the next couple of moments. So, there's a lot of movement at the moment here. This is a massive event, by the way, guys, as well. If you're not aware, this is $15,000 prize pool. $2,500 bonus for players that stream their point of view throughout the event as well. It's just split between whoever streams a certain amount of their games throughout the tournament. Like, it's actually a pretty crazy amount of money on the line for some 2v2s. This is, genuinely very serious, a very important set of games. And like I say, the format is very cool too. If you're just tuning in at the start of this game, this is how it works. So everyone's in a group. It's round robin. And you play one match with every player from the group against another combo. So every single round, right now we're in the Skillers are teamed up, but this is the only time that these two will team up in the group stages, which is obviously pretty crazy. It's pretty fun. It actually really does test the format very nice. I actually really like it. I honestly, I'm almost sad that the playoffs don't find a way to do something similar. I actually think maybe the whole tournament should just be freaking like round robin group stage, and the best 2v2 at the end of it all comes on top of it. It does lose a little bit of its excitement because obviously playoffs and eliminations and stuff do generally bring in the views and so on. But like, I actually really do think the group stage format is so cool. It's such a cool way to not just have one OP team. It really tests your ability to play 2v2 as like a player. And, how well do you play with certain people? How well do you, play against a lot of different people with different people? It's just fun. Like, it's kind of chaotic, but in a good way. I feel like it's chaotic in the sort of way that because it's 2v2, it's really good. I like it. I like it a lot. As UTHERMAL's Hellions will move in and start to put some damage out. It's going to be seeing the Hellions will step over to the side, and the Oracle is going to be moving up to the top side, heading into the main base in the next couple of moments. So Oracle to be heading into the main very shortly. And as we head into there, the recall comes through. Just going to be having ourselves the couple Stalkers brought in, so the defense is good for the moment. There's a lot of Hellions. When you play in Terran Protoss, this is not... Okay, so from what I understand at 2v2, there is a little bit of a difference here to usual as well. So there's a resource trading tax. So obviously a lot of 2v2 strategies revolve around feeding people. So, typically in 2v2 TP, what I understand of it is you build mass Hellions and you send all of your gas to the Protoss who does their thing, right? And then eventually you play Mech as the Terran, but the Protoss has a super strong army. Play on the ground, blah, blah, blah. They play Skytoss, you play Mech. It's very different in this because the resource trading tax mod means that there will be no feeding. I believe you actually can't trade at all before a certain part of the game, and once you trade later in the game, it comes at a cost. So it's actually a really cool... It's not quite your typical 2v2, because you're not going to see all of these feeding strategies that actually really do typically dominate the 2v2 events, outside of these 2v2 events that have been using this mod. So that's actually a really cool addition as well, so... Yeah, really like that. Is a few Stalkers in the road just getting blasted at the moment. A couple of Ravagers getting chased away back. So far, this is a pretty good defense. Wayne is not really bringing much to this. These Lings are going to try and run forward now, but the tanks are just doing so much. Love the target fire as well, keeping them off the Lings so that they don't friendly fire too much. And yeah, this was an absolute shutdown of a defense from UTHERMAL and Jumi, as this attack from Wayne and Skillers completely flops. Blink, Stalker, Ling, Ravager, all in. Goes nowhere. Now it's 3 bases each, a third about to finish from Skillers, but he's significantly behind. He is down in supply. He doesn't have... I mean, Jumi doesn't even have Blink yet. Now, okay, Skillers gets a few more units and will step forward, but he's still trying to step forward into tanks and mines. I just do not think that realistically has much of an opportunity to get anything done right here. The Stalker step away. A couple of Oracles going to be found there. They just about live with the Revelation. They will just get as far away as possible. Try not to get blinked on. They will not. They will get out of there. As we do have UTHERMAL's army again back over on this side is just looking better and better and better, honestly. His army's looking absolutely beefed up right now. As the Stalkers gather to the upper side, I'm just going to do Oracles are going to float across the top in toward the main base. And they're going to get in there in the next couple of moments as they can zip, zap, and knock on out a whole bunch of those workers. So, a few probes going down, damage done is very nice. They need to get the Game Heart mod added to this resource trading mod, man. Get the 2 mods built into one. Because I'm missing my probes on the side of the screen and stuff. Damage is actually really nice. Look at the units lost in this game. It's 40 workers that have been killed by UTHERMAL and Jumi. And that may be a big part in the reason why the attack from Skillets and Wayne just didn't have much going on. Obviously, some of that was done earlier, some of that was done just now. These Oracles committing to just get a couple more units as well. I always like to compare supplies in 2v2. It's not always super accurate, but you can make comparisons, right? You can see Jumi as a Protoss in this game is 20 supply up, 25 supply up over the other Protoss in the game. And then UTHERMAL, if you compare TZ, is up like 30 supply, which is obviously very good considering that Terran is usually meant to be behind on the supply against the Zerg. So overall, you can definitely say that UTHERMAL and Jumi have a significant supply lead. Focus continue out over the left-hand side. We'll just see the Cyclones, the mag field continue to come up. The armory is coming through as well. Prism and the +2 coming online. The Dark Shrine as well for Jumi as the Stalkers get over the left and will knock down these Hellions. Please open Team Colors is more clean to watch. It is absolutely not. I think Team Colors is horrible when all the units of one team are the same color. I find it very hard to distinguish. I mean, if the majority of people want Team Colors, I will turn it on, but I find it very difficult to cast with Team Colors because the fact that all the units are the same color makes it very difficult for me to call out players and what they're doing and stuff. The fact that it's blue-blue versus red-orange should be kind of easy already, no? I think the matching colors, but still different, is kind of fine. Got Swarm Hosts up, by the way. One way to try and drag you back into a game. Swarm Hosts are kind of that, right? They're that kind of a unit, so it makes a whole lot of sense. I like it because you're definitely not in the best of positions here so far as Skillets and Wayne. To me, the Swarm Hosts are definitely a way to maybe get back in it a little bit. They're the kind of unit that maybe give you some of that comeback potential, perhaps. Cyclones continue across, Stalkers hanging back from Skillets. The problem is right now is that Skillets is still really only building Stalkers. It's going to have a Dark Shrine on the way, but it's going to be behind on upgrades compared to Jumi as well. And not just behind on upgrades, but also just, I mean, Jumi is tacking up beyond Stalkers too. Robo Facility coming online as well. So I think you're going to start seeing something a little bit extra from Jumi here in the foreseeable future. As you see a little, excuse me, a little extra continuing out on the other side. Harassment continue to try and come through as Wayne just send up Nidus networks around the map at the moment, actually. Trying to find different angles that the Swarm Host can move in from. With their extractor pops, the Stalkers will step forward. Moving through the middle of the map here is Jumi. Heading straight to the upper side. There are going to be the Swarm Host and the Roach Ravager there. If we catch these, that would be amazing. Or even just force. Oh my god, he's going to blink in! Ah! That's a horrible idea, Jumi. That's one way to lose a lot of Stalkers. I was going to say, I love the finding of this army and the pressure of it, just to force Swarm Host to be elsewhere. I tell you what he is going to do in the end. He is actually going to catch these Swarm Hosts still because the UTHERMAL reinforcements show up. Well, so do the Skillets reinforcements. The Nidus is coming up over here. We're just going to focus on knocking down the Roach Ravager portion of this, get the Swarm Host later. Cyclone's still locking onto the Stalkers. Man, the start of this fight from Jumi was so messy. That blink into Locust was not pretty at all. More Stalkers escaping back over the right side. Cyclone's locking on again. The Stalkers will blink through. A little bit worried. This army of Skillets is going to be very powerful, and some of the lead that was here in this game has definitely disappeared. We knocked Command Center down. We've got a lot of bases still available. Obviously, this is awkward for UTHERMAL and Jumi right now because they're kind of split up. So Jumi is fighting from the right side, UTHERMAL is fighting from the bottom. And collecting together has proven to be a difficulty as we are going to get forward for a couple of Swarm Hosts perhaps, but the Locusts begin to drop down, forcing this army back again. Jumi retreats all the way back around. It's a very choked up area for two full armies to be in the same place, and that's, I think, the issue we're about to see. Oh my goodness, what the hell is going to happen in this fight? Stalker Ravager looking to bust on through. Skillers is the one who's dropping a lot of supply. He's attacking in here full force. The Ravagers in the background are going to be all that's left. The Locusts are gone. can Wayne and Skillers justify this push? UTHERMAL supply has dropped massively. We are going to see Stalkers trying to blink in on top of the Colossus. UTHERMAL supply sub 100. And has this game just slipped away from Jumi and UTHERMAL? Because it was looking so good for them. We lose a base on the front lines. We're going to start retreating away. But yeah, UTHERMAL's supply, I mean, to be fair, Skillers' supply is also not pretty. This is going to start coming down to UTHERMAL versus, Jumi versus Wayne, with kind of Skillers and UTHERMAL acting as supporting casts. Who do we like as a supporting cast more? I actually still think I like the mech army that's being built for UTHERMAL. Skillers' army is actually interested to see what he builds. He did just add a Dark Templar in. There is harass just going on as well, by the way. There's a lot of chaos in 2v2, guys. There is going to be stuff going on off camera that we're not going to catch, because even just the fights themselves take longer to kind of apprehend and figure out and really look into. So jumping all over the map sometimes is not going to be the case, even if you see those lights flashing on the mini-map. So Skillers really is. I mean, what's the unit work account like? The 36 drones only, so the economy is in the bin, actually, for Wayne and Skillers. So they're not going to be able to really rebuild up out of this at all, and I think that's going to be the big difference, that the harass has apparently been going on, and that the work account is so favorable to UTHERMAL and Jumi that, I mean, Wayne was on comparable supply recently. Now he lost a bunch. He's replacing nothing in comparison to what Jumi's replaced, and UTHERMAL's supply is climbing as well. UTHERMAL and Jumi are both about to be ahead of supply of both players of the opposing team. It really looks scary for them over on that right-hand side, but the work they've been putting on the left has been huge, and it does look as though it's going to be good enough to probably grab them this game. I do think it's heading in that direction. I don't think Skillers and Wayne have... My problem is I don't see what Skillers does to kind of help the comeback here. Maybe a DT here and there is nice, but it's not going to be super game-changing necessarily. And Wayne now no longer has anything bar Swarm Host, so Swarm Host can be really cool. Skillers just F2 the DTs back as well, I think. But yeah, my point is that Swarm Host can be cool, but they're not going to be able to just carry you all of the time, because they can't constantly fire. They go on cooldown. And if you're basically 1v2, which is kind of what this has turned into, the opposing team has the damage to fight through the Locust, in which case the cooldown period of the Swarm Host is going to feel like an absolute eternity, and that's going to be a major issue as we step forward. I mean, the Cyclone's taking some more damage from the Roach Ravager on the left-hand side. Going to be seeing a couple more shots coming through. Cyclone lock-on gets rid of a Roach, +3 attack coming through. This, to me, is still looking just very Jumi and UTHERMAL favored for this game one. Can we close it out? I think UTHERMAL doesn't have a lot of reinforcements over here, so this is kind of just Jumi's army holding the high ground with a couple of tanks and these Cyclones. DTs actually get involved. There's an observer showing up, so the section does become available, and those DTs begin to go down. Honestly, as the wave of the Locust comes in, I don't think we can necessarily hold this position right now. We blink in as Skillers. He will get a disruptor shot to the face. UTHERMAL has a few Cyclones showing up. This is still mostly Jumi's army. As the best part of this was the retreat means that we have not really fought against the Locust at all. So we did a great job of just turning away from that before it became a problem. Because obviously you start fighting into those, into those Locusts, and you really do trade badly. You have a bad time. It's not going to be pretty. On the top, the Hellions will gather together going after this mineral line. We'll keep pushing through. The Stalkers are in so much trouble, man. Damage is just being done all over. This army is shredding. Another disruptor shot grabs a whole chunk of probes. And again, just the couple of Stalkers going down as well. Wayne, still honestly looking good on supply, but Zerg supply is oftentimes inflated. It is very Roach heavy right now, which is obviously not ideal. As Jumi, it still feels like this is mostly just a Jumi army. I think it is. I think a lot of UTHERMAL's forces are out over here. They're actually going to catch the Swarm Host, and they have got Swarm Host cooldown taken away, so no Locusts for them. They do get a few into the Niduses, but GG is going to be called. UTHERMAL and Jumi will take game one of this best of three. Hard-fought game on Emerald City. Does go the way of the tournament host. Rigged? Question mark. Rigged. Alright, we're going to go into game number 2 and get ready to roll on forwards. I was going to run ads, guys. I'm going to be a little bit cautious with ads just because 2v2s could go long. And if 2v2s do go long, I don't want us to be caught in like a silly place where we just didn't run the ads because we're trying to be greedy on just not. So, yeah, just going to try and make sure that's a factor as we get ready to rock into a second game of this best of 3. Do I know why Clem forfeited his spot? I do not. I imagine he has plans to travel or something, and he just didn't realize the dates or something. If I had to guess, that's probably because UTHERMAL said Clem was silly, so I imagine he's just messed up some dates. And honestly, Clem's usually down to play StarCraft, so the only reason I imagine he's not is if he's like traveling somewhere, maybe like post EWC vacation or something. I don't know. Like this is complete speculation, but knowing Clem does not typically stop. So, especially for something fun like 2v2, I think if he was at home, he would just be playing. So that's pretty much the only reason I could really see. And this was decided a few days ago already, so it's not like it's just on the day he wasn't here or something happened today. So that's my speculation. I think that's all it is personally. Is this tournament concluded today, or does it run all weekend? It runs all weekend and next weekend. We won't be here next weekend. We're not needed. The B stream gets cast aside. So yeah, I'm not needed next weekend. But we'll be here helping to cover the group stages today, tomorrow, and Sunday. So we'll be here. We'll be here for those. Everyone having a little bit of issue changing colors right now. And they're trying to get them into blue teal versus orange red, so we're just kind of waiting on that. Do 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 do. I see loads of hearts popping up on the YouTube chat. I'm just gonna spam some hearts as well. See that they just keep sliding up the side of my screen. Beautiful. Alright, countdown coming through as we go. Does the Wikipedia have the mod settings mentioned? I don't think so, actually. Alright. Just wondering. Alright, in the bottom right, we're going to go to Reclamation. This map's actually very different because of the split bases. As UTHERMAL and Jumi will start bottom right, this split bases encourages aggression. Because what this means is that it's very difficult to consolidate a defense in one location. So it's much more likely on maps like this that you see. I'm not saying it's going to happen necessarily right now, but like typically over the course of the tournament, you're much more likely to see on this map two players team up one ramp and just try to bully one player down, and the other player can't really come down their ramp easily to help. So Reclamation I actually think it's going to be a pretty heavily vetoed map, because I think a lot of people don't want to deal with that, unless their plan is to abuse that. So that is something to think on. It's one thing I've learned during my brief stint of 2v2 casting across the years. It's definitely a factor to think on. It's one of the main kind of map features for 2v2, whether your bases are joined or separate. Really can distinguish a lot of what the strategy is going to be. What's up, Dreen892 as well? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. Thank you for supporting the channel. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Is the Evo Complete mod still being competed in? Yeah, there's still some Evo tournaments. It's not something that I cover. I'm not super into the Brood War, kind of Warcraft 3 crossover StarCraft 2 games, but just because I haven't played them before as well, so it's just, to me, it's just confusing. I don't have the excitement of like certain units and stuff being used or whatever, so yeah. But it's being used. It's still being played. I believe there's like a $5,000 tournament for that going on right now. Oh, if not right now, then it's coming up. I believe I've seen it on the Wikipedia in upcoming featured tournaments, so it's called the S2L Evo League or something, maybe? Championship? Something like that? Something like that. First time you've seen a high-level 2v2 match, you think it's going to be a lot more chaotic? Yeah, I mean, it's one of those funny things where it is chaotic, but it's very fun because sometimes you can just see the overwhelming power of two players just hitting their timing together as well. And it's like, oh, they were just ready, you know, and the other team just got absolutely rolled over. But yeah, chaos is generally going to be the factor because you got 4 players who are playing very quickly. There's obviously so many more options to harass and so on as well compared to like in a 1v1 because, you know, you've just got, you know, there's just more harassing units available on either side. One guy can dedicate themselves to harassing while the other guy holds the army out in the front or something. A well-coordinated 2v2 versus 2v2 match with well-coordinated teams on each side can be absolutely fast. I mean, game 1 was already a really cool kind of example of a lot of army movement, a lot of kind of different ways in which kind of things can start popping off, and so this is already cute, right? Just you see the UTHERMAL Adept, Reaper, Shumi Adept combo, putting some work in here. UTHERMAL great at micro, and those Reapers will pull back out. Got a few probes already, get some damage in those early stages, and that was just because the Adepts were taking attention at the front as well. Opened the door for the Reapers to get in and actually have some chance to deal damage. You're going to see a bunch of Lings on the way up. The Immortal building from Skillus. Again, I will reiterate, because of the trading tax mod, basically, again, a lot of 2v2 is very focused around this concept of, I'm going to give, one player gives all of their money to the other guy, because actually just one guy investing into 3 Stargates and Master and Phoenix is freaking OP. So if you just give all your gas as the Terran to a Protoss, that's really OP. They just mass Phoenix, you build Hellions, and then you kind of play the game from there from a huge advantage. So to remove that, we've got this resource trading tax kind of mod in play. It removes all the feeding strategies. So this is actually really fun for me, because I don't really know what the strategies look like when you don't feed the other guy. Like, I understand all of the typical 2v2 strategies that I've watched over the years. What I don't know is how 2v2 looks with that kind of, with that kind of feature of the game disabled / stripped away, so that people are not going to use it and abuse it as much, Things go all the way back as we do see the DT. 2 DTs going to get picked off. Dark Template will go down, the starport and the reactor coming through as well. A couple of Zerglings will gather together. As Marines, Stim coming through, forging a couple of probes, coming online as well. Got those 2 bunkers up at the front. We will see the Marines pulling over to the left-hand side. Barracks setting up. Just being very safe here. In the end, we didn't see anything trying to bust in on one base or anything, right? This is going to kind of continue through to the later stages. For the moment, at least, into the mid-game. Some of those next set of upgrades finishing up. Interestingly, we're going to see a little bit less Blink Stalker focused than on the last map. This is going to be a more charge-focused opening from both players. So funny that both Protoss players go from playing Blink on the last map to Charge on this map as their opening Twilight upgrade. Maybe map dependent, obviously. Like I say, I'm not going to be super familiar with these maps, so I can't pinpoint exactly why that might be. But yeah, things to look at. So is the feeding mechanic not allowed? The mod is in place. I'm going to double check after this game what the mod settings are. But the TLDR is that I'm pretty sure it's disabled until a certain point of the game, and then after a certain point in the game, it is taxed. So, like, there's a certain percentage you pay to then give resources to your opponent. Or it might be that it's 0 just after a certain point, but you can't feed early, I'm pretty sure is the main takeaway. The D-Shrine that was proxied over here. We had a look at this earlier, didn't actually mention it out loud, so if you didn't have your eyes open. There was Dark Shine proxied. That is actually under a little bit of attack, but the Zerglings being over there has taken away a defense over here, and now UTHERMAL just runs through, kills a ton of drones, and gets out with the double medevac. Playing Bio this game as well, it's a completely different setup. Really playing very well, considering the first game was mech on a very defendable map. This map they're going to play more aggressively, and I do think it's less of a defensive kind of sit-back map, so it makes sense that the styles are adjusting from one map here to the next. Apparently it's a 7-minute delay, then 0% tax. So there's not even a tax in place. It's just after 7 minutes, it's way less effective. Because for 7 minutes, you've both got to build things, right? I think that makes perfect sense. If after 7 minutes you want to just full send money to your opponent, or to your teammates, sorry, why not? I think that's fine. Let's see if your Marine's going to grab a Zergling here. He's going to be having the upgrades continuing through. 1-1 is nearly done from UTHERMAL. We've got this attack coming from Wayne and Skillus. Jimmy has an Immortal an Archon Zell kind of home position to defend with. Does UTHERMAL have many tanks? He's got one on the low ground. I'm a little worried about the defense, actually. I'm not sure if we're going to have the power to deal with this. There's a couple of Mortals mixed in there as well. They're just bulky units. The Ravager's going to be very scary as well to play against. The Marines are very malleable. They can run around and kind of replace themselves in different positions of the defense throughout, but we really need a way to deal with the Roach Ravager. That part is absolutely a bit of a struggle right now. The Marines, though, are going huge. The Marines have not been touched for a while. Now we start to get towards the Ravagers. If we hit those Ravagers, they're going to die extremely quickly. That's absolutely worth keeping in mind. We're talking down the Archon that gives the Marines way less reason to have to move about because now they don't have to worry about being splashed upon. That's actually a major issue for the Protoss Zerg attack here because Team Orange and Red, Skillers and Wayne, if they don't have splash, these Marines just aren't going anywhere. The game is going to freeze. Drama is had. Who is it? It's Tommy.
Game
right, in the
paused.
midst of a fight, we will take a second here and we'll try and get this resolved. So says eThermal. Just going to resume, obviously. We're in the middle of a fight. People don't want to stop and type and stuff. I think really, though, the splash damage going down, the lack of Archons just lets these Marines do so much. Don't forget they are 1-1 Marines as well. Again, no upgrades on that Roach Ravager. One attack upgrade only on the Protoss. The Marines just get to sit there and shred. Usually the issue for the Marines is that they have to pull back, they have to kite, they have to stutter step. Jumi, by the way, harassing during this as well. This mineral line has taken hits, apparently. 37 drones dead this game from Wayne. He's down to only 47 right now. So, yeah, the issue for Marines usually is that if they're getting chased by Archons, they have to run. If they're getting hunted down by Zealots, they have to run, and they don't get to just stand and fight. When Jumi's army tanks the majority of the damage and the Marines just sit there and deal DPS, God, are Marines freaking good. You know, these units are so hecking good, and that's exactly what we saw a little bit of there, especially when they're fully 1-1 upgraded, upgrades, Stim and Combat Shield all completed, against a pretty low-tier kind of army from the Zerg. Roach Ravager usually looks to overwhelm, but like I say, the overwhelmingness got taken away because of the fact that the Protoss army could stand and hold for a little bit. So very nicely done by the UTHERMAL Marines. And like I say, they were maybe the stars of the show in terms of what they killed, but Jumi's army really pulled its weight as well. It was super important. Coming out of this is a very interesting position. Jumi is actually down in supply compared to Skillers. I'm actually going to see two different comps as well. Skillers going to play Colossus, Jumi going to play Storm. So supplies are a little bit off there. UTHERMAL leads in supply over Wayne. Again, that's my comparison for the moment. A little bit of a lead for Skillers over Jumi. A little bit of a lead for UTHERMAL over Wayne. So I like this game as kind of a balanced state right now. Obviously, that's a very generalized view. But in 2v2, sometimes it's good just to generalize and try and simplify what we're trying to look at and convey and analyze, because obviously there's a lot to look at and convey and analyze kind of in the blink of an eye, right? So, things to think on. As the Marines continue to gather up. Tanks are going to unsiege, resiege, reposition a little bit. The army coming out over to the left-hand side. Going to get a little bit of a move along here for the moment, as we have the 1-1 upgrade still coming about. Infestors and Roaches coming through as well. Army ready to run into this left side Nexus. Double scan coming through. Look after these rocks. The Zerg army is right there. Skillers' army is on the other side of the rocks. Reduce Storm. Liberator is going to create an issue as well. The Ravagers probably want to do a lot to that. Oh, I like this. Jumi's going to go after the Zerg army. UTHERMAL's going to position on the high ground still. I mean, you kind of know that Skillers is on the high ground, right? So then you can kind of chase one guy over to the other direction. Prism being annoying again. It's just been lingering between these bases and continues to come back in when the opportunity is there. Now you're going to have a little bit of a fight breaking out. The Liberators go down quickly. Storms all over. It's Jumi that's casting the Storms. So he's trying to hit the red players with the Storms. Obviously, that was very close to some of his own units as well. Jumi's supply is struggling a little bit, I have to say. I'm a little bit worried that Jumi's kind of strength in this game is not quite there. Also kind of worried that the Zealots are going to melt the Colossus of his opponent. Like, in a PvP, I think I'd prefer Jumi's arm. Well, I mean, Storm's kind of weird to have in a PvP, but I mean, I guess Jumi is also throwing a lot of units into the harassment, right? So he's putting a lot of the work in over on this side. Now his Prism goes down. We're actually going to have some Ravagers arriving on the other side of the map. There's a tank left behind, but I imagine we're going to lose a lot of workers here, as a warp into Zealots gets denied immediately as the pylon gets killed. He still has to be super careful. He doesn't have to deal with Storms, right? Because Jumi's leading the guy with the Storms, so the Storms we've seen as being his teammates. He doesn't have to worry about that. He does have to be careful of the Colossus, though. They're a little bit less kind of like instantaneously problematic. Fungals are absolutely an issue, though, and UTHERMAL absolutely has to respect that. Just because he's so marine heavy, there is 100% a world where his army gets overwhelmed. The Colossus are going to just engage into the tanks. The Marines found a chance to stim onto the Zerg army. Wayne's supply disappeared, but the Fungals popping out, and the Marines get absolutely coated in green goop, and UTHERMAL, a chase down that was looking wonderful, gets absolutely obliterated in the end. UTHERMAL's army gone as he has to retreat away, and that is massive. Those Fungals were so necessary, because Wayne got demolished. Like, his supply disappeared. And so it was really important they got something back, because UTHERMAL was not losing much at all. He basically baited all of the Fungals out, but that one last infestor found a Fungal, got the connection, and that was absolutely huge as the Medivacs move up to the top side. So he's going to try and drop. I'm not sure if Jumi's army can help much against the Colossus and the Stalkers. The Storm doesn't add much there. Jumi's army, to me, is more so focused around helping to deal with the Zerg army, which is way less of a threat now because we just saw a bunch of the Zerg army die already. Lurkers out as well is actually going to be an issue too. I wonder if UTHERMAL is just getting outscaled kind of deeper into this game. His tech much more plays for kind of an action-packed mid-game. And we're kind of getting to the point where the other army is kind of beyond that now. Lurkerden died. Going to get replaced. 2 Vipers on the way as well. So we're seeing Spellcasters added on from Wayne too. Skill is about to be maxed. Overall, it's about 320, 300, well, now 330 supply against the about 330 supply, really. The supplies overall are kind of even still, which is pretty sick. Action Pack 2v2 right now in the opening match of the competition. $15,000 on the line. Prize pool maxed out already. As the Queen gets there, the Medivacs get shoved away. They're going to get pushed up through the top side a little bit. Lurker going to burrow. Stalker's going to go after. I mean, I think UTHERMAL's not overly upset because he's got an army over here, and if he's keeping units running around over there, he's all, their team is not in trouble back at home, which was definitely looking to be the issue at one point. This fight's kind of messy. UTHERMAL's on his own here as well. Jumi is not nearby to help. UTHERMAL's going to turn this into just a run the hell away operation where, well, how that works is you run the hell away and you see if you can get out alive. You can turn around and tap that Archon down. Skillers realizes it, pulls it away. In the main base, a couple of units get cleaned up as UTHERMAL continues to run back and escape for the moment. A couple of Zealots still chasing by, your army still being hunted. The +2 missiles, +2 Caprays coming online. Viper Nidus. Sorry, Viper Lurker still in production as well from Wayne. I love what Rain's doing. Like, Rain's army's becoming way better. Skill has actually dropped a lot of supply here, by the way, and him losing bases consistently is going to become an issue deeper in this game as well. Reinforcing and reproducing is going to be a problem. Oh, the fungal growth on all the disruptors. They're just going to have to mass fire. Viper abducts and all the disruptors go down. Jumi's army getting caught. Now he's going to have to start storming the Protoss force. UTHERMAL has to come in from the side. They really needed those disruptors. They were meant to be a major part of this. The only problem right now is actually Wayne is very far back. He's right up this ramp, but he's making a bunch of lurkers that there's not a good answer to at the moment. A couple more storms. As those storms fade away, those High Templar are going to become less and less useful. Out of energy. Do you morph Archons? Do you let them recharge? Do you have time for them to recharge? You're under pressure with the army right there. I love that UTHERMAL counterattacks, because I actually think it's very important that they bring some attention back over this side. Jumi's right there with them, causing chaos. There's Vipers up for grabs right there, as Wayne is not going to recognize that they are in trouble. 2 Vipers, 3 Vipers all go down. UTHERMAL getting a good catch on with Jumi. Now they're going to get surrounded, though, as it is Skillers and Rain returning home to try and defend their bases. Fresh Colossus going down. The remnants of UTHERMAL's army on low HP are still getting some kills. It's Jumi that has to retreat to the aid of the siege tanks. Skillers and Wayne are sub 100 supplies. So is Jumi. UTHERMAL up at 135 somehow, some way. An army back at home maybe or something. He's got a force still in play. He has a lurkers are not burrowing. They're dying. Oh my goodness. He just killed 2 out of 4 lurkers, and the other 2 are so low they may as well blow over in the wind. Chaos ensuing right now as this army gets chased down to the bottom right. That's going to be seeing a couple shots coming out. Lurkers are going to get picked up on. Archon's trying to push through as well. Disruptor shot up that ramp, trying to hit those Stalkers. Not quite going to get there. Another Disruptor shot hitting the Colossus. Those Disruptors are so good against these armies right now. I think the Disruptors are great. That's why I was so sad when the initial Disruptor count went down, because I felt like Jumi's real kind of aid in this game was gone. The Storm still did a lot of work. The Lurkers are now dying. Those Colossus are the biggest issue at the moment, but I don't think they survive through the end of this. A couple new Lurkers showing up. They're just never going to be enough. Disruptor shot after Disruptor shot still landing through, and I think We are very close to victory as the supply really is so solid. UTHERMAL has 79 workers. That's where a lot of the supply is. So army supply-wise may not actually be as far apart as I'm thinking, but I still think just the economy of UTHERMAL is going to help a lot. GG's get called. Skillers and Wayne tap out. UTHERMAL and Jumi will complete the 2-0 in pretty epic fashion. Fantastic game, and that, my friends, is why 2v2 can be great. That was actually some top tier 2v2. What a way to start the tournament off. Absolutely what you want to see, absolutely what you love to see. 10 out of 10 action. Love it. Love it. All right. UTHERMAL and Jumi high-five each other. Good job. Great job, team. And now they are mortal enemies. Well, not necessarily, but at some point UTHERMAL will play against Jumi. He actually plays against Jumi. UTHERMAL plays with SERRAL against MaxPax and Jumi tomorrow. That's kind of a wild one. It's going to be pretty entertaining, I'm sure. Pretty entertaining. So yeah, some fun stuff. Fun stuff. Cool. All right, we're gonna get into our next matchup. I don't actually know what I'm casting next. I've got no idea what's going on. I think I'm casting. I think we're doing SERRAL for the next few seasons. So I think we're doing SERRAL Skillers versus Trigger Jumi. I believe is the case. I think we have to play on NA for that. So yeah, we're going to go into SERRAL Skillers versus Trigger Jumi. That's our next match. Then we're going to have SERRAL Jumi. We're watching all the Jumi games. SERRAL Jumi against Milky Cow GG Machine. So that's what's coming up. That's what's going on here in the 2v2 action a day. Steadfast says I'm casting SERRAL. Yeah, I like it. I let Steadfast do the picking. He wrote me a wall of text of matches. I'm like, bro, I'm not reading that. To me, this is just like a list of player names. I'm just like, okay, cool. Whatever happens. So SERRAL Skillers, Jumi Trigger is going to be Central, West, Central. So we're going to hop on over there and get ready to go into that one. Our team's not permanent, no. So for the group stage, everyone plays with everyone else in their group against another 2v2 team. So it's really fun because it's not necessarily testing who's the best 2v2 team. It's a bit more about who's the best 2v2 player. That's why I was saying before, like, I wish they could find a way to almost add that to the playoffs as well, because I actually think that's really sick. So, like, maybe the round of 8, let's say the round of 8 the playoffs, like, you play a bunch of matches and the 4 players with the best scores are then the ones that still move on or something, you know? It'd be kind of sick. It'd be kind of cool. And there's never a reason for you not to want your teammate to win, because you would always be improving your own scoreline. Yeah. Alright, let's throw up some ads, guys, like I say, just between the matches. We'll be cautious with the ads. I have to join the channel on NA. I see. Alrighty, a couple of moments and we'll get this next matchup going then, guys. Get this ready to rumble. It really is fun casting 2v2. You know what, actually? Casting 2v2 is probably more fun with this mod as well. Because I think what usually happens when I cast 2v2 is it's genuinely kind of fun. And then after, like, doing one tournament, I'm like, okay, that was fun. I'm kind of done with it because, like, I get it. Like, this guy's going to feed that guy and the strategies are, like, very set out. I already feel like these first 2 games were really fun, though. 2v2. So exciting. So exciting. Jimmy's going to relog a little. How's everyone doing? Flash damage still good in 2v2s? Yeah, I mean, especially, I feel like a lot of the 2v2 maps are actually very choked up, considering you're expecting twice the armies to be on those positions, you know? It's, the couple that we like, Emerald City's a very choked map, that's why it's seen as a very macro map, because it doesn't give a lot of space, like, it really allows for, like, armies to clash in the middle, or move here and hit here, or move here and hit here, but, like, it's very hard to get around each other. Because the pathways are pretty narrow as well, to be fair. The pathways are pretty narrow. Obviously, this is going to be our first time already seeing a double race. So it'll be interesting to see if Trigger or Jumi off race, because typically speaking, typically speaking, double of the same race is are the weaker matchups or the weaker combos in 2v2. It might be that you figure something out that you like as Protoss. Protoss here is, you know, Jumi and Trigger that you just go for. But it can also, a lot of the time, be more powerful. Even if one of you guys is worse at playing, like Terran, for example, it's still better if one of you plays Terran, because the variety of the variety really goes a long way and actually helps a lot, so. I'm going to take a couple of moments. Jump into this next match. Let's get everyone ready to roll. Not sure if the Koreans were invited, if they chose not to participate, but you think it'd be difficult to play in this format due to language barrier. So this is not, no players were invited to this. This was all qualification. There was actually 5 months of tournaments that built into this. So every player that you see participating qualified through the monthly events. There was a monthly event. Players got points based on how well they placed. So yeah, this is purely qualification. I don't think there was there's not a single invite. So yeah, not a single invite at all. So if the Koreans want to play now, the time zones weren't great for the Koreans. The time zones were like the time zones were like kind of later in the evening for the Korean players. So, or late at night. So I don't think a lot of them, you know, were around to participate necessarily. But yeah, obviously I think, you know, language barrier would have been a bit of a problem, perhaps. Obviously, if you're the only Korean and every single game you play is a bit of a language barrier, it can be tough, but I think there's, you know, there's a lot you can do just with, like, pinging and, like, simple instructions as well, to be honest, so. Even if one of them was in. Alright, video's gonna start. We'll get ready to go. Do. Videos have begun. First map or two being removed as we speak, guys, so progress is already being made. Hey, like I say, guys, videos are just coming through. We'll be underway soon. 1, 2, 3 maps videoed so far. Reclamation just got videoed. That's the one we just played on. Like I say, I think that's going to get videoed a lot. Typically, anything that splits you up, you don't really want to get bullied and jumped on. These run more ads for wacky Amazon products. The last one was drinkable sea kelp, available in many flavors. I mean, what's wacky about that? It's drinkable, it's sea kelp. You can pick your flavor. Oh, Luke Neekum streaming. How you doing, mate? 49-month resub on the Prime. Good to see you. Thank you so much for the resub. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for dropping by. Did I read YouTube chat? Yeah. I ping pong both ways. If I'm looking over here, I'm typically reading YouTube chat or looking some... I do a lot of my looking stuff up over on this screen as well, so sometimes I'm looking up Aligulax and so on, or like brackets and stuff, and just seeing the scores. I look over there too, but I look over there, over this way. I'm possibly reading YouTube chat. Over this way, it's Twitch chat. I showed my setup the other day already on stream. I was like, you know, over here we got the YouTube and the admin account, and over here we've got the Twitch. Yeah, I read YouTube. But it is more likely that I don't see something on YouTube as quickly as... yeah, it's very likely I don't see something as quickly on YouTube as I see it on Twitch, just because I'm more used to looking over here and looking at it. And also Twitch chat moves more, so it's much more frequent that I actually, you know, pick up on something in Twitch chat as well, you know. What's my favorite flavor of drinkable sea kelp? Salt. Love the salt one. YouTube chat of second-class citizens? Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'll have you know, YouTube is a very valuable part of the WardiTV ecosystem. We value our YouTube viewers. We need them. Okay? We're not gonna start some YouTube Twitch war here. Okay, we're gonna chill out. The best part is you don't even have to interact with them. You know? You don't even have to... if you really don't like the YouTube guys, you don't even have to interact with them. Unless just knowing they are there over on that screen taking my attention enrages you. Is this what it is? Is this what it's like to have jealous Twitch chat viewers? They're jealous that I'm giving attention to reading YouTube chat? Oh my god. Cheating on you guys, yeah. I hate to say it, but I've actually had 2 chats open for the last 9 months or so now. I know, crazy, isn't it? Crazy. Gonna go Undercurrent, Crimson Research Lab, and Emerald City will be map 3 if we get to a map 3. Alright, we're gonna go and load in. So actually, a fun stat already. Yeah, for fun statistic. Is that we obviously have a matchup here where you actually have Skillus, who's 0-1, now teamed up with SERRAL, who's 1-0, and then Jumi, who is 1-0, is teamed up with Trigger, who's 0-1. So this is already going to start getting disastrous for some players, and really good for some, and for a couple, it's going to be very mid after 2 rounds. So, I kind of like that. Whoa, we got some Wardy Ellies over on the YouTube chat as well. I forgot. I keep forgetting we have emotes on YouTube. Like I keep forgetting I added those. I like it though. 10 my ranking isn't OSRS public chat, then Twitch chat, then YouTube chat. Whoa. I'll have you know my OSRS public chat is absolutely set to hidden. Ay. Okay, well, yeah, we've got Wardy Ellies on Twitch and they have sunglasses on, so I mean, Twitch wins again. Alright, everyone's readied up. It is going to be Trigger, Jumi. They are queuing as Protoss, by the way, so we are going to see the double toss into this matchup on Undercurrent for the opening game. I actually think Undercurrent's one of the maps I'm not familiar with. I actually think this is a map I'm not familiar with in TVT. I do not think I've seen this map much. Alright, that's exciting. Let's get into it then. As we start off this best of 3 second round of the day in the UTHERMAL $15,000 2v2 circuit. And the bottom left hand side, Protoss from Trigger and Jumi. insane double toss like it's not weird. It's only weird if you make it weird, man. I'm just out here talking my StarCrafts, you know. To the top right, in the orange and the red, will be Skillers as the Protoss, SERRAL as the Zerg. Yes, guys, this is what it takes to cast SERRAL on the WardiTV channel. We just had to get him to play in a 2v2 tournament that we get to show up in B-Stream for. This is what it took. This is what it took. All right, let's head on in and see what we get in some PvZ action. We actually have an Indian here now, so I'm going to jump on the Indie cam. This man's great at observing 1v1s. I can promise you he's great at observing 2v2s. I've seen it before. But that's your 2v2 event we had. God, if Indy wasn't observing it, I would have actually cried, because I just remember I was really tired on these days for some reason. And I could not keep up with what was going on. And Indy took one day off, and I was just instantly like, oh my god, what's happening? Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Alrighty, we are going to take a couple moments to get set up. It is going to be a fast expand after gateways. Nexus first from Jumi, and then the Nexus. Okay, I tell you what, it is a bit annoying having blue teal when it's Protoss. Might get their names mixed up a little bit along the way here, guys. Just a little bit, perhaps. Let's just have the couple units going to come moving across. Coming through, getting set up for the moment. Let's have ourselves a little bit of action taking place. And Stargate coming through, getting ready for the moment. Just getting settled in for now, getting ready to roll. Seeing where we take things. Stargate coming about, a couple probes coming online, Warp Gate coming up as well. As we make our way about. So guys, I have to tab for just 1 second here. Give me a moment. Apologies. And it just means the FPS will be down a little bit, so apologies for 1 moment. Get the Oracle just moving about for a couple of moments and getting set up as the Oracle heads to the upper side of the map here. We'll see PvP or PP versus PvZ. I think Oracles are always going to be something of a factor as the Oracle turns back around the other side. It's going to see a couple of Storks coming through. Oracle getting chipped around for a couple of moments. And you see the Adept still jumping about as well. Stork going to hit. The Adept will take some damage. So a few hits coming through. Oracle comes around the top side. Again, the Darkshine coming about. Oracle will activate. A couple of probies already going down as we do have this game settling. And just to see, obviously, the ideas that we go behind here. It's going to be Zealots on the side of Jumi, while Trigger will play the Stalkers, and then Jumi will go with Dark Templar as well. We'll also give him access to Archons. Gotta imagine that the general consensus here is that both players on the Protoss team are going to try and aim for different compositions than each other, right? So, gotta think that that's something of a plan. Let's just see our couple setups coming through. The Roaches and the Roach Suite continue to come up and online for the moment as well. Trying to get settled in these early stages. Just going to be seeing again the Blink, the +1. Stalkers all coming through, charging the upgrades. continuing along as well. We will see a few more Stalkers making their way about. DT is going to get active. Go after a few probes also at the moment. I like this, a little bit of harass on this gold base. So SERRAL trying to get away with that forward gold. Great bit of eco for you if you can, but right now the DTs are causing chaos, and it is going to be Skillous who is running around silly. Loses power to the Robo as well. We just don't have detection. Overseer on the way over is going to be the detection, but Skillous just did not have an observer out, and those DTs really catch him unprepared. That was a surprising amount of damage. I was not expecting DTs to just waltz in and do so much right off the bat, and that really caught our Skillous SERRAL combo a little bit off guard right there. SERRAL, not talked much about him this game. Obviously has that gold base up. They're still going to keep on running around against these DTs. I mean, the first ones have still thrown this game a little bit off kilter for them, so having to get back on track. Roaches +1 missiles on the Baneling Nest continue to come through. Stalker's blinking up. A Stalker taking some damage in return. +2 attack will be on the way over. A couple Stalkers building. Again, gates coming up on either side. Continue to go. Overseer will take a few more shots. The Ravagers continuing up. Roaches continuing in. +1 missile upgrade continuing by as well. So we've seen our Stalkers taking a few more shots. Biles will continue through. SERRAL looking to bile up a bit of a defense right now. It's just Roaches and Ravagers for him, so has to really be good with this. Look at the supplies, by the way. Skillous is freaking hurting, man. Like, his economy is in tatters. 41 workers, 11 Stalkers. SERRAL is almost... He's not quite 1v2, but it definitely feels like 1.5 v2 right now for SERRAL. As Skillous is definitely... he's got some units to help, but it's definitely not the full force that the other team is bringing. And as soon as these tech units get involved, like the Archon and the Immortal, I actually really feel as though there's a little bit of trouble on the side of Skillous and SERRAL. I do not know if they're going to realistically be able to get to hold on or anything here. More shots coming about. We are going to be seeing the Stalkers trying to step through. The Roach Ravager trying to use the Biles to keep this away. Skillous going to start going into Disruptors. And SERRAL going to start adding some Ling Bane in as well. Bane speed nearly done. Doing a good job of buying some time, but the gold base high ground hit is going to be good, and during this as well, the economy is booming on the other side. As Trigger and Jumi have just continued to push on through the center of the map. And they've kind of just expanded in the steps that they've taken, you know. Very cool to see. +3 attack, the charge in the Immortal. Building. As... a few more Warpins, man. These Protoss armies are looking terrifyingly large at the moment. Like I say, the Disruptors I like a lot. I think we do need to try and find some defensive battles here, and right, Disruptors do typically help with that. Gotta be careful not to blow up your own teammates' stuff. As SERRAL has to dodge from a Disruptor right now. Banes are going to connect, but to a front line of a very tanky force. Disruptor shot does go off, finding quite a few Stalkers by Skillous. Good job. Honestly, not a bad fight, but the reinforcing Warpins might be still a little bit too much. Actually, this is a very good effort by SERRAL and Skillous. It honestly looked, it actually still is kind of close, no? Stalkers and Skillous still around. Do we have enough reinforcements on the way up? I think the problem is it's just Roaches on the way up, and there's still a lot of tech units remaining here from the double Protoss team. If there was not as many tech units, I could maybe kind of believe. Obviously, Roaches are kind of spawning out and getting caught as they spawn too, so I think the supply will continue to bleed, and Trigger and Jumi looking as though they are going to grab themselves the opening game, really just taking Skillous out early and hemorrhaging him with the harassment. Heavily focused on him. Did a lot of work here. And it's going to be GG called. I think SERRAL has GG in his keyboard ready to type as well. It is going to be set up then as SERRAL and Skillous tap out of this opening game of this best of 3. Game 2 coming up. Game 2 coming up. Game 2 is always coming up after Game 1, guys. Little tidbit of info for you all. Crazy facts, huh? Crazy facts. Alright, game 2 in a second. Everyone readying up, giving us the go-ahead to go into round number 2 of this best of 3. To POP, yeah. And I think they just, I mean, honestly, if Skillers doesn't get so shut down, honestly, that fight at the end really looked doable for SERRAL and Skillers. I actually kind of believed in them a little bit, you know? Which I don't feel like should have really been the case with the, place the game was at, but yeah, some crazy stuff as we have game number 2 upon us. I'm just going to throw Indies on, Cam on straight away. Let him follow his intros as well as he sets them up. So it will be Trigger and Jumi top left. Skillers and SERRAL bottom right. Trigger and Jumi playing in the blues. Red and orange for Skillers and SERRAL. As already pinging starts out early on Crimson Research Lab. I do feel like a lot of the TV2 maps are very individual with the way that they're set up as well. It's actually kind of nice. Like, it feels like we've got a lot of individual maps in the map pools, you know. So I do like it. Probes building. For the moment, drone on the way. Gateway assembler coming up. We'll take a couple moments to see what our early game is going to be about. Obviously, a couple of probes will start to scout. The overlords on their way over. And again, can Trigger and Jumi get up to a win here? Again, for Jumi, what a dream start that would be. 2-0 in the group stage to begin with. Obviously, there's never really a guarantee of where it's going to continue because, like I say, every match you play is with a different teammate. And obviously, every match you play is with a different combo of opponents. Like, so a good start is nice because it does take some of the pressure off maybe the RNG of kind of what is to come still. Obviously, wins early are just wins, and you need wins. So I like it though. I think it's exciting for sure. It's gonna be fun once the tournament really, gets to the kind of the nitty gritty, and we start figuring out who is up against who, and who is who needs points, who doesn't need points, etc., etc. We've seen the Zealot and the Probe nibbling at the pylon. A couple of shots coming through. Zealot will chase. Probe will take some damage. Cybercore coming around. Fun little block as the attempt to break through this will happen. Obviously, with 2 players, this block does not last as long as it would in a 1v1 scenario or anything. We'll be able to throw that Nexus down. So a bit of a delay. Not super crazy. Obviously, the expansion's already done from the double Protoss team. So the expansions are already up and rolling. And that link speed about halfway done at the moment. Oracle on the way. Adept going through. Adept is going to shade up into the natural. Look to see what's going on. Twilight Council and Stargate building for the moment. Both just going to fight. Adept taking a few shots. And the Oracle, the link speed, building up for the moment as well as damage being done. The Phoenix needs to come around. You're just going to see that Adept taking a little bit of extra damage is going to fall. And the Forge will come through as well. Adept getting caught immediately by the Stalkers and the Sentry. So Adept will go down. Just going to see that getting claimed as Oracle going to fly toward the upper left side as well. Since he would like to get in, would like to maybe try a little bit of something here. Recall's out. We do have multiple Phoenix and Stargates on the way from Trigger, so he is going to play the Phoenix heavy style. Now obviously we're used to Phoenix in PvP, and we're used to kind of Phoenix in kind of the 2v2, because usually the Phoenix player gets fed. Phoenix are super powerful. What's going to happen here is we're going to see Phoenix versus Phoenix from Skillers versus Trigger. And then you're going to have SERRAL playing into Roaches at the moment versus a Blink opening from Jumi. Very interesting that we went from like no Phoenix last game to now both teams having Phoenix on the board. We have Phoenix here already as well, so whoa, we're going to take this fight. It's kind of a wild fight to take as the shots, Skillers retargeted. It was a little messy because obviously that means that then you can't really keep on fighting because you just split your damage to the other Phoenix. You're not going to get the kill first. It's typically just going to be kind of a major mistake for you, going to put you in a pretty rough position. The Phoenix and that Oracle still gathering up. The Phoenix gather through. We just have 2 more Phoenix stepping over as +1 and Blink will be on the way. Blink finishing in a moment or so. Around that right side, +1 missiles, Overlord speed. Building at the moment, add a hatchery onto that as well. Can someone explain why the teams are non-permanent? Because it's a fun format. Everyone plays with everyone else in their group. And the best overall 2v2ers get the most points and hence end up at the top of the tables, no? I think it's fun. So the Phoenix gather, the Oracle trolls a little bit, +1 attack and charge continuing through. Couple more Phoenix on the way. Robot facilities added on as well. You see the Phoenix pulling back toward the upper left-hand side for the moment. Like the randomness of it. I actually think it's honestly just good. Especially in a world where like it makes the 2v2, it feels like it makes the 2v2 much more accessible to everyone. Because if you just have a team, you know, considering these guys aren't just out here practicing 2v2 all the time, if you have 1 or 2 teams that just practice 2v2, they're just going to be boring favorites, you know? Now that doesn't really come about. Like maybe if you've got one guy that can call the shots in every game and that leads them to victory, then great. But it's going to be less one-sided overall than if you had a team of 2 that were very well practiced and in sync together, right? Because this adds more elements to overcome still. Phoenix are going to chase. We do have that Phoenix range ready at the moment from Trigger, so he is looking to hunt down the Phoenix of Jumi from afar. Going to get a Queen of SERRAL here as well. This is a problem because, you know, SERRAL's not really protected against Phoenix because he's assuming that Skillers is going to be able to deal with the Phoenix. And Skillers is again out Phoenixed pretty hard right now, so SERRAL starts to take damage because of it. Probe's going down. We do have a couple of Infestors popping out, so SERRAL does have some aid to bring in the Phoenix Wars. That's good, because otherwise I was getting a little concerned. Phoenix Stalker gathers up, +2 in the Storm on the way through. Air weapons coming online, Stargate. Number 3 building back at home from Trigger as he gets that ready. But yeah, Jumi just building a very standard army. SERRAL's army just going to be getting Hive soon, so we'll have that tech available to him as well. Skillers is going to start going into carriers already, so he's going to pull the trigger on kind of switching this up. Going to start making that next move come about. Next move about, hallucination coming through. Heading down the bottom side, hatchery setting up as well as the Phoenix gather. Nexus, Dark Shrine, and Gateways building as we speak. One Viper already getting pinged a little bit, so some damage being dealt there. The +2 attack coming about as well. Ling's going to get on top of and remove a pylon. If a few Stalkers, we'll get rid of the Zerglings also. Getting carriers and the air weapons continue to come up. Lurkden is going to be the choice from SERRAL, so he's going to show us that kind of route. Again, interested to see how much help. I mean, SERRAL's going to be building Hydras, so he will have some help in the anti-air department. Obviously, we'll have to be careful of the storms from his Jumi as well, but I think that's going to be one of the bigger concerns. Skillers are going to have a very strong air army very shortly. Those Fleetlings are going to get found. They can't really do much. SERRAL gives up on them Just lets them go down. Then he knows they're not getting away, so stops trying to micro them. And yeah, like I say, the first carriers are out. So now you've got this kind of interesting question of carriers versus just mass Phoenix. The Phoenix, if they target fire, can obviously just shoot past the interceptors, and then you negate a lot of what the carriers bring to the table. Let's see what we want to do. Again, it gets complicated because you've got a Zerg alongside the carrier player. So it's not as simple as you might think, as the first storm does not really do much of anything. Jumi whiffs that one. Time Wolf going down very preemptively as we just try and hold our ground, playing a very defensive fight right now. SERRAL waiting to try and get involved with the spellcasters, Fungals, and Abduct and so on available. Obviously, also Parasitic Bombs could be huge. The first Viper did take a feedback, though. If we could get the other Vipers in there and Parasitic Bomb those Phoenix, that would be massive. Gold base looks as though it's going to go down. Trying to fight on the bottom. Honestly, the ground army of Jumi is so powerful right now as well. This gold is going to go down, so that's already a win. What the Phoenix going to do? I was going to say, are they going to leak into this base and just go for a bunch of drones? It's definitely a possibility. Let's start to go for a little bit of something. Carriers gather up. Stalkers and the Immortals join through. Just going to see the Phoenix still joining together as well. See an extractor getting taken out. This army and joins together for the moment. 2 more Stargates built with Phoenix on the way. Mothership cloaking active. This transfusion's going to hit the hatchery. We are going to be seeing some is pulling back the other side. A storm comes down. The shot drops a little time up into play as going to see our units pushing forward. The hatchery getting very low. I mean, obviously, if you just keep this kind of level of pushing up as Trigger and Jumi, it's going to be very difficult for the Skilled SERRAL combo to stay in the game. I'm going to see the Interceptors coming through to fight now. That carrier count getting larger. A lot of Interceptors dead. Can we keep on fighting this? We're going to get underneath. We're going to start targeting down some of these carriers. We targeted down so... Oh my god, they're dying so quickly. The Vipers come in, but no Parasitic Bombs. Oh no, I think we're in trouble. Mothership cloaking activates, and now we are just going to be able to fight the Mothership. Mothership will go down. Zealot's in the main base. SERRAL has to pull Hydras back over to deal with that. The carrier force is being shredded by Phoenix as they are out of Interceptors, so they're not going to be able to do too much else to help. A few Hydras still chasing on the ground. Maybe we could get the Phoenix to lift up a few of those. Skillus actually still has Phoenix of his own as well. Where have they been this entire time? I'm crazy. They've been out killing workers at least? Doesn't look like it. These Phoenix were just absent, though. Now we're going to see some Phoenix versus Phoenix breaking out. 6 Phoenix in production from Trigger as 4 carriers come up on the side of Skillus. Trigger still has 28 Phoenix in the game. It was a pretty wild fight. Like I said, I'm surprised at the lack of spellcasting we got off. I didn't see a Fungal, I didn't see a Parasitic Bomb at all. Able to zone out those spellcasters and not let them do a significant amount is obviously a major part of the success story here. Gonna dive through those. Phoenix gonna take a bunch of damage. Oh, there's a Parasitic Bomb. That's scary. Split. Yeah, okay. Splits fairly well. It's going to be seeing these last few Phoenix of Skills starting to go down. It's just about cleaning up this Hydra Lurker force. That might be the bigger problem. I think we're going to be okay as the Disruptors force the Lurkers up, give the ground army a chance to move through. The carriers are just losing Interceptors by the second, man. Like, they are firing in and they're just dying. I just don't think we can rebuild Interceptors quickly enough right now. The carriers are basically dead. Wait, we can fight this, no? I actually really think we can go in and fight this. Jumi and Trigger not quite identifying that, trying to just play it safe. They're worried maybe about how much the Phoenix can really add in. They're looking for some Hydra kills there. I mean, this base in the main is in trouble. And it honestly looks as though, I mean, I feel like it's still looking good for Trigger and Jumi. But they're clearly not won. They clearly have not won yet. Still work to be done. Going to catch these carriers again, maybe. Even just more Interceptors. Like, Skillus does have minerals. He's a little bit rich right now. There are more carriers on the way up. I love this grab of a bunch of these units. Parasitic Bomb comes down. Can we get the split off? We can. It's going to cost us a couple of the Phoenix, though. And Parasitic Bombs will continue to be very effective. A DT mixed in there as well, as this game has just become absolute chaos. Yeah, DT over here has depowered the Stargates, just halting the carrier production for the moment. Good carriers still moving around. Phoenix coming back around the right as well. Carrier's moving. +3 air weapons on the way up. Prism will fall. The Hydra's going to get that grab as well. A few carriers still gathered together. Just for the moment, the army will step further down to that bottom right-hand side. Hydras and Lurkers looking to come through here. The Wings trying to chase in. The Archons will turn and fight. So the Hydra gets picked off. The Viper gets feedbacked. It's just Jumi's army on the ground right now, and it's looking good, but it can't really fight against the carriers on its own. You still need the support of Trigger's Phoenix, wherever they may be. They're over here hitting this base. As, they're going to work their way through a bunch of Overlords as well. Serral's just being bullied. If he loses all these Overs, he's going to be heavily supply blocked. Oh, he's going to get a dive into the carriers. He's just going to go for it. Target's down too. Jumi's still running away, though. I don't really hate. SERRAL now sub 100 supply, having to build Overlords to get back on track. Lair rebuilding. SERRAL looks completely taken out of this game at this point, honestly. Like, he's got a few Hydras and so on. He's got a Viper, but it's nothing like what he once had. And if he didn't manage to use the extra stuff earlier, surely you don't find a way to make it work now. And I gotta come back to where the hell was Skillus' Phoenix this entire... you know, in those initial fights, I really feel like he just forgot his Phoenix somewhere, no? I'm gonna take a little rewind when this game finishes up, because I really feel like his Phoenix was just sat somewhere. Maybe I want to say that I just missed it, and they were out being effective somewhere, but man. They were significantly absent in my eyes, as we are going to be seeing again. Still just attempting to get the parasitic bombs off on the Phoenix Cloud with what we can. Archons, the Immortals, stepping through once again. I mean, it's another base of SERRAL going down. SERRAL is bleeding hard. Skillus is almost maxed out, but you're going to be playing against, you know, a maxed out and then nearly maxed out opponent. So yeah, the odds are definitely against Skillus and SERRAL right now, especially as bases go down. The mine just isn't there. You just need one fight onto these carriers. Disruptors are going to zone out the Hydra and the Lurkers, which obviously lets everything else kind of come through. You can see the Phoenix kind of dominate the carriers when there's nothing else to support them. They're just kind of picking off interceptors very freely so far. Carriers are going to launch in. Time Wolf's coming about. Disruptor trying to fire through. So going to see a few more shots coming about. These Phoenix trying to fight. Okay, they killed nothing. They didn't kill anything. They just lost their armies. Skillus carrying. This carrier force actually got it done after the carriers got bullied the entire time. They just lost everything against them. These carriers have been not effective at all until just now, and all of a sudden, they step up. There is money to spend from Trigger and Jumi, but they got to start spending it right now. They're actually very mineral heavy. They're going to start building Tempest. I was going to say, if they're mineral heavy, one of the best things they might be able to do is just warp in Zealots and run them around the bases and force Skillus to kind of play defense a bit. Love what these Phoenix are doing. SERRAL's going to be losing Overlords again. He does not have much support to bring in, but he will have the Lurkers coming about. These Tempests are massive. There's actually not a great way to catch up with the Tempest right now as the carrier player. So these Tempests have a lot of potential to actually still clean up and get a defense in the end. You can see the carriers already kind of getting blasted by the first few, and there's a lot more Tempests coming up as well. So that might still be the saving grace here to kind of just clean out this carrier force. Obviously, you don't have the luxury of changing your composition now as Skillus and SERRAL. You're too far committed, and you are going to get jumped on. This group of carriers getting jumped on. There's carriers to the bottom. A few Hydras showing up a little bit late to the party. The Tempests are annihilating. The Phoenix are doing what they can. Stalker, Archon zoning out to the bottom side. The ground army will not do too well with the Hydras showing up as well. The Tempests have to be careful. Step back. They got very up close and personal. They picked a direct fight when they maybe needed to pick the fight where they just hung back a little bit. The scary part now is these Tempests do not trade well if there is a rebuild of anything else. I actually think we should cancel these next few Tempests. You're clearly winning against the carriers already. Start building things that are going to help you otherwise. I mean, the Zealots are definitely a good start around the map. They're going to help a lot. As you can see, the Tempests here have done, again, fantastic. Maybe it's a time to just build some carriers of your own. Maybe the Tempest count is just going to be so good that it doesn't even matter anyway. Carrier still active. Zealot still taking damage. Stalkers, High Templars, Phoenix continuing up. The Infestors coming through. Army stepping into the center as well. $150 supply of Skillus, 60 of SERRAL, against 150 and 90 of the double Protoss team. SERRAL gets a few infestors on the way. That's the kind of unit you need. It's the kind of fight you're going to need. This time these Phoenix were freshly built, but yeah, I don't think they're going to be that impactful. Trigger still has money, man. Like, they still have bases all around the map as well. That push really had to have a killer blow to it. It definitely felt like it maybe did initially, but eventually it kind of whittled down a little bit, and that becomes an issue. Again, the infestors are scary here. You do not want to get fungled into this fight because that takes away a lot of your micro potential. And that potentially puts you in a very, difficult spot to play from in general. Like I say, Skilless has the bases right now. SERRAL is really drained out with his bases having been targeted throughout this game. All those Zealot counterattacks definitely were effective as well. Going to dive in. We're looking for the infestors. They eat a fungal. They're going to eat two. I'm just going to say that it's good enough to fight this anyway. We're trying to back away. Mothership's going to throw a time warp down. Again, getting a bunch of the interceptors is not bad as well. Interceptors do cost money to replace, right? So even just killing interceptors drains the resources that remain from the orange and red team. And you can see the supplies are really starting to tell a tale, which kind of matches what we're seeing on the screen a lot now as well. So I think we are at the point of Trigger and Jumi taking a big old W. It would be huge for them in this competition. So I was going to say GG. Looks like SERRAL is as well. We're not even going to get one final fight. It's just going to end like that, 2-0. I really want to go back to... God, I was so early in the game. I think it was like here. This fight coming up around 10 minutes. I just really feel like the Phoenix were missing. Really want to know what they were doing. Yeah, this fight here. They're there, they just stacked her. Okay. So they were here. That makes sense. I was just saying, like, I just don't really think we saw them. And it's kind of true, they're, like, just hanging back. To be fair, like, we're watching all this action here, and the Phoenix are just sat over here, like, finding it difficult to get involved. There's storms to be scared of and everything. Did they just run off in the end, though? Man, these Phoenix just didn't do anything this entire time. They just stood there. They really did nothing at all so far. Yeah, he just didn't, I mean, Skills just didn't feel confident to join the fight at all, basically. They just got bullied. He didn't believe he had a way, and then he sent them across the map, and then they kind of showed up. I was like, wait, were they over there the whole time or something? Yeah, they dealt with a run by, maybe harassed a little bit too. I mean, at this point, they obviously are not here, right? But this time they're actually across the map dealing damage. They actually intercept some reinforcements too. Yeah, I think it was this fight that I'm like, where are the Phoenix at? But they're actually across the map killing a lot of probes. So Trigger's economy took heavy hits. So they were absent eventually. Like, they didn't really get involved at all. And then they were super absent now when the carriers are getting absolutely destroyed. This is where it felt like they were really missing. And they just recalled or pulled back over here and just took forever to come and show up. Fair enough. So they were impactful. But it also got to a point where, like, maybe we needed them to be more impactful in the fight. More than anything else. GG's. The other match finished as well. MaxPax and GG Machine got the 2-0 over UTHERMAL and Milky Cow. MaxPax and Jumi are going to be the only 2-0 players in Group A. That's wild. So they're going to be the only undefeated guys after 2 rounds. I love it. I love it. What's up, Who's Sly? Thank you so much for the 16-month resub. We'll throw some ads up, guys. We'll get ourselves ready for our next round of action. And see what we're jumping into. I think we're doing SERRAL again. I think we're doing SERRAL Jumi against Milky Cow Machine. So SERRAL just goes from losing to Jumi. Now he's going to team up with Juni as they take on Milky Cow and GG Machine. GG Machine just came out of a win alongside MaxPax. Actually, GG Machine played against SERRAL already. He took a map alongside Trigger up against MaxPax and SERRAL. Super exciting, super interesting. Alright, so we'll be heading into that in a couple moments. And we can go from there, perfect. I guess we go back to Europe now, though. I don't think there's any reason for us to be on NA still. Cool, cool, cool. I'm going to be a couple moments, guys. I'm going to throw the break screen up. When we come back, more StarCraft. Stay tuned. Hey guys, videos are going on. I'm just grabbing a little bit of food. Obviously long stream today, so just eating a little bit while we are waiting for the games, and then we'll come back and get this action ready to resume. Video's almost done, guys. It'll be going shortly. Thank you for the patience. Appreciate it. Alrighty, guys. Waiting for some color swaps. Be ready to resume. As we've got SERRAL Jumi versus Milky Cow GG Machine. Jumi, one of the two undefeated players so far, alongside MaxPax. GG Machine at 1-1, SERRAL at 1-1. So get ready to go. Zerg Protoss versus Terran Protoss, by the way. Exciting. Exciting. Alright, let's do it. In the top right corner of the map, we're going to start things off with the red and orange team. This is going to be GG Machine and Milky Cow. And SERRAL and Jumi will be in the blue and blue in the bottom. Playing Zerg Protoss, of course. As expected, I'm going to jump on the indie camp and see what lies in store for us here. We've not seen anything overly aggressive just yet. I think the most aggressive thing we've really seen is like the initial, that initial game on Emerald City, Waiting Skills being like bang bang, coming through with the Waiting Skills coming in, going bang bang, going with the kind of the big push that they had, but being kind of about it, honestly. And cast and pool on both sides, no surprises in the first few moments. Mine was second game of SERRAL and Skillis. I was already game 2. They played 2 games. They got 2-0'd. There's the Marine. Plus the Puerto Rico. Now we get to watch SERRAL and Jumi. Summon does have a match arena page, by the way, guys. If you want to support the 2v2 specifically, you can do so on their match arena page. I'll link you guys the match arena page just quickly in the chats. Just because I think it's very fair to promote their crowdfunding, which has been extremely successful so far to get the tournament to this point. But if you guys are enjoying it, then obviously do consider crowdfunding further over on their match arena page. Healing's coming about. Shots coming through, Lingsby coming about as well. Banenest is on the way up. Oracle and the Warp Gate coming through as the Cyclone builds from Milky Cow. Are we going to see Mecha Zerg? Or are we going to see Bio with Zerg? Milky Cow is not much of a mecha. So we might see Bio plus Zerg here against the Zerg Brothers. Not really sure what SERRAL and Jumi are going to come out with. Jumi's been DT'ing it a little bit so far, so that's been kind of fun to see. Kind of intrigued as to what happens. Gold base early is going to be belonging to Machine. Same for SERRAL. He's also going to take a gold. Taking these golds in the center, though, obviously encourages a lot of action through the middle. And if you start taking action or making action through the middle of the map, that gets very fun. It is going to be Jumi that strikes first, gets a few drones of GG Machine right off the bat. Cyclone trying to get some return fire in already as well. Not quite able to yet as the Cyclone other company come about. Ooh, the Oracle very nearly went down, chasing mid too hard perhaps. Is going to get away, just not get caught by the Cyclone. The other Cyclone looking for it. As that Oracle's going to have to fly right off to the corner and turns around for the Revelation. It should actually be able to make it back home. Obviously starting to regen shields gives us a little bit of wiggle room as well, and maybe taking one single hit or so. Although if it's a Cyclone lock on that it takes, then it's not going to be a fun time. Pulling back a little further. Melee upgrade coming through. It's going to see the +1 in the charge coming up on the side of Jumi. Couple extra sentries coming out as well. It's just bringing all of that online for the moment. The army gathering together. And we are ready. A little bit of a shove. I mean, there's a lair on the way, so this is not all in, but we're definitely looking to see if we can get something done at the front as we've got a defensive stasis ward down. SERRAL playing Ling Bane against this. I guess he's going to rely on kind of taking out the Lings of his opponents and then just trying to help out wherever possible. Maybe soak for the Stalkers and sort of do some work, but I feel like it's a bit of a scary push right now. Couple Banes getting around that left-hand side, and Hellions taking some shots. Actually getting caught in the Stasis Ward. Continue to push over as we just see a little bit of back and forth continuing through. Biles coming down, connections continuing. Going to see GG Machine making the surge forward, now looking to get a catch on the rest of this army. I mean, that base is just going to fall. This attack has been good. And SERRAL and Jumi just not quite find an answer to it. Now there is a run by from SERRAL, and he's in a mineral line getting some SCVs, some of them already low HP. We'll just fight with the SCVs to kill this off, but there's some damage dealt. SERRAL becomes a 2-base Zerg. Jumi starts up the Dark Shrine, and I think the issue, honestly, where's Jumi's tech been before now? Charge. Do we really love Charge against everything that showed up? Not really. Maybe a lack of info, maybe a lack of decision on what to go for. I would have much rather he had Blink or something, right? That would have been really nice in comparison. Well, Forces come down, going to turn some units away. CV's going to come back around as well, going to get chased, a couple Lings trying to get active. We have those Lings joining back up together, and we continue to chase around for the moment. Lings still again active, again Blink and the +2 attack coming online as well. We still have the rest of this continuing to come around. So we're starting to get rebuild up a little bit. As, yeah, this meching force. I was asking if Milky Cow gonna mech. Yes, he is the answer to that in the end. Yes, he is. Cyclone's firing. A couple more shots coming about. The Ling's gonna get in toward the mineral line. This is going to burrow SCV. He's going to get mining again. The Stalker's coming through. The Roaches and the Immortals coming about also. Coming back around. Good recovery, honestly, so far from SERRAL and Jumi. I'm not sure if it's good enough just yet, but... we'll see. Actually going to get a little bit of a jump on this army right now. Maybe that's what we need, but the Roach Ravage from GG Machine is going to be in good numbers. It's going to force the disengage. The Immortal is in some trouble from Jumi. He doesn't really have a good way to save it. The Cyclone's obviously just going to be able to chase Jumi down as well. This is looking troublesome. That early game push from Milky Cow and GG Machine has put them in a great position. The DTs are causing some trouble on the other side. And hey, big disruptor shots could absolutely be a way back in this game as well. Obviously, maybe you have to make just a play much more defensive and harassment-focused approach now. So there is still a way back into this, as you can see from, for SERRAL and Jumi, but it's definitely not easy. It's definitely going to be a little bit of a challenge for the most part. As we are going to see a Roach Ravager Cyclone coming through, some shots coming out, some damage being done. Corrosive Vials there as the disruptor shot will land a little shy of the mark. Two missiles coming up. We are going to see the Roach is going to pop up. They're going to step forward. A little bit of damage being done. A few SCVs coming over to the right-hand side. The Roach is ready to pop up over there. Stalker's going to fire. A couple of Roaches going down. The Ravager's taking hits. Disruptors going to land onto some of those Roaches as well. Another Disruptor shot. Oh! Hits a lot of the Roaches. Obviously, Roaches don't get one hit, but they do take a lot of damage, and so then they're bruised. It's something you can capitalize on a bit further down the line as you see burrowed Roaches trying to make a difference. Good raise from depot, good identification that they were coming. There's obviously a sport at the front provides good detection, so recognizing the threat. Roaches still pop up and get a couple of SCVs out on the low ground, but that could have been much worse if you're starting to run around the main base. And so, man, the Cyclones and Hellions turning into the Disruptor shot this time. The Disruptors are doing work right here, and we are absolutely dragging ourselves back into this game. As SERRAL and Jumi have again switched it up, playing a bit more defensively, and having to, but it's working for them at the moment. Whooping comes into this fight. This is going to be obviously a very committed fight right from the get-go. You really see Machine and Milky Cow diving in. Finally, some new disruptor shots are available again. They will push back. Can we get rid of these tanks? SERRAL says he wants to no matter what. He will get rid of 2 out of the 3 that were sieged. Costs him a little bit, though. Another disruptor shot that just lands dead center. You cannot be getting more value out of these disruptors right now if you tried. And Milky Cow is hurting, by the way. 43 SCVs, 6 Hellions, 2 Cyclones, and a few siege tanks on the map. I mean, the siege tanks are the maybe saving grace. I don't know if we've got a great answer to siege tanks right now on the side of SERRAL and Jumi, but man, his supply is not pretty, and GG Machine once had much larger supply, is now going to be going down the drain as well, especially after eating disruptor shot after disruptor shot. Guess what? After disruptor shot, he's eating them up like it's breakfast, lunch, and dinner. He's even taking some for supper as well. This guy can't stop feasting. It's only been 11 minutes. Man's gone through a whole day's food cycle. And something that doesn't agree with him either. Disruptor's doing well. As Jumi really has helped so much with those. As uh-oh, those tanks are on siege. This is your answer to the tanks. Catch them on siege, jump on them. Disruptors will blow one up. Disruptor on the left side, they're not going to do much, but the Terran army disappears. And SERRAL is losing a little bit, but he still has enough to hold on, and then he's going to get supported by Jumi's army that won out. Chiji's going to get called. What a turnaround after an early game loss from SERRAL and Jumi. They turned it around, pulled it back, got done what they had to, and are able to call themselves victors of Game 1 of that best of 3. Damn. What is signature line today? Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, my brain's just lost words a few times today. I got caught by Milky Cow being called Nakmar in the game. Like, I went to say his name and I looked at... I do this subconscious thing where I glance at the names and then say the name, because like clearly my brain doesn't store this information 100% of the time about who's playing. So I clearly do this like very processed glance, say the name, like this is just a process building, it's very automatic. So then I glanced and I started going, nah, and then I'm like, no, that's not his name. So I just got caught in the moment. Ay. Punished by the choice of names. Game 2 coming up in a moment. We're trying to host up as we speak, guys. And for someone to accept the invite, it's GG Machine who's not accepted just yet. Just love how it's thrown in. Look, it's my stream. I can go blah 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 and lose my words if I want to, you know. Go gets cold. Waiting to start up. It's going to be Emerald City, potentially a big game actually on Emerald City. Said this map has definitely got one of the more kind of macro layouts, naturally kind of ends up going a bit longer. See if that's true. He's starting off. they swap colors, but at least they are still team coordinated, if nothing else. In the top left, our blue team is going to be Milky Cow and GG Machine. In the bottom corner, it is SERRAL and Jumi, playing in the orange and the red. Let's see what happens here as we get a drone to the low ground. Overlord gonna get built up for the moment. Get ready to go. Little bits of damage being done. Apple nibbles. Action coming through. Just gonna see that probe nibbling at the SCV. Gonna see the Marine going after the probe, trying to see what's up. See probe just getting some scouting in. The Marine would like to try and deny that scouting as best as possible for the moment. Pings. Let's just see the Lingsby coming up already. And a little bit of a look to see what's going on. The Marine's gonna go chasing after the Ling for the moment. Again, the Link Speed coming up, the Bane Nest coming about. Let's get settled as we continue to move on through. It's a melee upgrade from GG Machine. Bane Nest coming up from SERRAL, which will obviously help a lot if this does turn into Lings. Cyclone nice to help zone out a little bit early. Marines joining up, the melee upgrade coming through, the Overlord being added on as well. The ZG, the 107-month resub. Oi, oi, oi. Crazy. 9 years almost. Bonkers. Cyclone is going to shoot a couple hits coming by. Oracle is going to keep on flying about for the moment here, so again, getting set up. Gonna see the couple of depths coming back to the top side. Blink coming around. Says what pops on a single heli. Nothing too crazy just yet, as we do have the Forge on the way as well. Very honestly, pretty cozy game so far. Not anything too wild happened. We lost a handful of early units. This map already kind of playing to what we expect this map to look like in general as we move through. What's up, JT? Sorry. Yes, JT Source. For some reason, I thought the T wasn't there. I did a double take. How you doing? Thank you so much for the 49-month resub. Thank you. Appreciate it as well. Let's see the army coming back over. A little stasis catch. Cyclone trying to lock onto a roach. Cyclone locking onto the Lings again. We've seen the stasis catch from the Lings once more. A couple of Vials coming about. Big push forward is actually scary, but this is what we had last time as well, trying to deal with the big push. This time I think we're much better set to deal with this big push. The Cyclones are putting work in though, honestly, and well, the units of SERRAL are kind of melting away. He's got more Lings streaming out, more Roaches in production as well, though, just waiting for them to come through. Ravages take a few more shots. Are we going to break this forward base again? That's what happened in the last game. Oh, nice stasis. Maybe it's just time to turn around onto the base, because right now you can't really get back to it. No. So we're seeing the hatchery will go down in a moment or so. And those couple of Cyclones continue to gather up. Just have those roaches, everything continue to come through for the moment. Trying to push up this ramp and trying to end this game. I mean, do we have the power to really go for that? I honestly think the defense is going to be made, especially now Stalkers have Blink. They can get on the Cyclones a bit more easily than they could before. So I think that goes a long way to helping out. Back and forward charge, continue to come through. We are going to see this fight continue, and I think this is stabilizing time. Like, yes, we lost the hatchery, but the armies are now looking decent. Unless SERRAL struggles with the lack of that third hatch to produce from, I feel like we're going to be kind of alright. DT swinging away at a few of those SCVs already. Helene still coming down that right side, looking to get in position once again. Jumping onto a couple of those probes from the very get-go. Work is going down. DT is going to cause chaos as well, and I love that because it's taking some of the attention back to the side of Milky Cow and GG Machine. It's not all about them attacking anymore, and that's going to give you a little bit more chance to stabilize and get set up here. And I think that's going to do a lot in the upcoming little while. As you do see the units moving about again. Cyclone's gathering. SCV comes in and repairs up the depot. +1 missiles, roach speed continue to come into play. Feature on both sides. Supplies 100-ish, 105-ish for the Zergs, 100-ish for the Protoss and the Terran. It is quite even in that regard. Cyclone and the Might feel accelerators will be the choice from Milky Cow in this next step. Will continue to play into the mech as he steps forward toward his next base, of course. No surprises that is going to be part of the choice here. Thanks, just join up, and they just press a little further up. As you have a stage sword coming out just around the map, trying to see what we can do. Green Hellions can actually find the DT, which is nice as well. Knock that down. Obviously, there's gold base accessible. At this stage of the game, you start to get to that point where that gold is just something you can really work with. Let's continue to come through. The Overseer scouting around as well. Would be nice for GG Machine and Milky Cow just to have exact info as to what they're playing against. Might change their approach a little bit. Still look at then coming up from GG Machine as well to see where he's going with this. The Hive on the way up from SERRAL will give him access to the Vipers, maybe. Might just be that they feel like the Vipers and kind of helping deal with this mech army might be the way to go about this one. Well, Revelation coming down. You're going to try and jump on these tanks. They're a bit on their own. We do not have the support. GG Machine's up on the left-hand side, and obviously Lurker's morphing, just not ready to play yet. So they're going to separate this army. Good movement from SERRAL and Jumi, and they're going to take full advantage of that. Absolutely use it in their favor, creating two favorable fights. Now they're going to push up this ramp very much so, just force their way up here. Lurkers will finish. That's scary. The Lurkers actually going to start joining this fight a little bit, and Jumi and SERRAL, like I say, they really forced their way up there. I like what they did initially. I felt like they forced the issue a bit at the end. This map is not really a great map for forcing the issue on, to say the least. Cyclones lock in. The Zealots go down. 2 more tanks, Hellions, the +1 vehicle weapon coming up as we speak also. Supplies are still pretty even. I think SERRAL and Jumi took a little bit of a dip on that those last couple of moments. Still coming back around. Always gathering, stay sword in position. See the Cyclones are so free for a little bit right there. Well, Disruptor's going to fly out as we do have the Lurkers obviously being a major factor. Obviously, this way you've seen SERRAL having gone up to the Hive Tech coming into play. GG Machine is there with the Vipers as well. He actually got quite a few abducts on SERRAL's Vipers. As these two look at each other, it's Jumi that's kind of lacking in supply at the moment. He's on his way to a Mothership Storm. He's getting a lot of good tech introduced into the army. So a lot of good tech coming online. A lot of getting set up currently. Disruptor shot trying to land. How about Cyclone has to step away. The Viper's trying to consume up a little further as well. Spines, seismic spines, bit of everything coming online still is just going to have the Zealots making their way into the top side of the map. It's a nice push in if these Hydras can get a base and get out. Brilliant, but it's going to start costing you Lurkers. The Abduct's obviously very effective with that. That's why the Abducts are so good right now. Blinding Cloud as well. Vipers in general are just great in this scenario. There's so much utility you can get from them. The Vipers really are going to be kings of these scenarios, I imagine. I think they're going to be super important as the seismic spines, burrow, etc. continues to come up. going to get rid of a bunch of those. He's doing a bunch of damage here, looking to get through onto the Hydras as well. A little transfusion on the hatchery. We will save it. That run by doesn't do what it wants to. No love found on that one. Bunch of additional spores coming down. Nidus Network finishing shortly. The Lurker Den. He's obviously pumping those Lurkers right now. That's a massive Disruptor's getting abducted. Massive Disruptor's getting brought through. Disruptor shot tries to fire. Doesn't quite do enough. Jimmy's army is looking so nice now that it's have a little bit more time to get built up, right? It's really being able to develop nicely. It's starting to look real good. See if he can help initiate some fights here. Storm coming down. A couple of the Archons going to take some shots right off the bat there. Another Disruptor shot turns the Lings away. And Vipers and Lurkers continue to come out. The Carapace upgrade coming through. So let's keep on fighting. Actually denying Nidus over here, so attempting to harass and kind of make this game a bit more multitask focused. That's what SERRAL wants to kind of get in. If he can use his speed and his multitasking to his advantage, then obviously that's a major way he could put himself into a very good position. Not happening just yet. Lurker's popping out into, well, against a Lurker defense. The Lurker's initially actually doing fine, but then they stepped forward and the Overseer then became in range, so those Lurkers weren't able to do as much, and SERRAL have to figure out an answer to that. Top right base of Jumi going to go down. SERRAL losing his natural and will not get anything out of it because, well, they show up there too late and the Nidus provide the getaway. We actually need a couple of Disruptors trying to buy some time as we push through the middle of the map here as Milky Cow. He's trying to get into the center next. The Storm is still moving around. Another nice Storm on the right-hand side. A lot of that Milky Cow army getting cleaned out and Machine getting pushed away as well at this point. Jimmy with a good push to the top is going to probably get some bases himself. And SERRAL has the Nidus showing up here, so he can pop some Lurkers into this fight to support. I like that. That base might go down despite the units nearby playing defense. And just show up. Overseer goes down. A few more Lurkers in the main base now, so it's all starting to fall apart a little bit. It's starting to unravel as the harassment is starting to hit home. The constant ask of multitasking is getting to the hearts of Milky Cow and Machine. They are eventually starting to kind of fail in what they've been doing very well at, which is, denying a lot of this from happening and so on. They're finally starting to kind of blunder and fall, unfortunately. Vikings, Cyclones, +3 vehicle weapons on the way. Lings and the Hydras trying to press through, see what they can do as well. For a little bit of action, another Storm coming down. The Lurker's getting hit once more. Love the Zealots though. Jimmy has been great at this in all the games that he's played. He's always been the player who's had that prism around backstabbing. I think there's actually been a lot of MVP moments from Jimmy that we've probably not seen on camera, where the Zealot harass has just done so much, put them into such a good position, or his teammates into such a good position, that we've not even realized. Because there's so many times we just go and look and it's just like, oh, Jumi's killing a base, he's killing drones, I'm just going to dive in as we try and play cleanup, but the Prism gets away at least, so we'll take a little bit of extra work to clean the Prism out if nothing else. Four Cyclones, +3 vehicle plating coming online. We do see the Carrier, Stargate, Hydras, +3 missiles, but everything continuing through still as the Lurkers burrow up over to the far right-hand side. The rest of the Vipers coming across, looking to try and maybe get involved. Abduct. It is Viper trades. You take mine and I'll take yours. Unfortunately, when they get to the other side, they're all defunct. They don't do what you say. You just gotta kill them off. A wasted trade on all sides. No one's happy with that. As those Vipers go down, and I mean, I guess Serral's happy because he has more Vipers left than his opponent, which is generally going to be seen as a win. But as long as you go into that fight with more Vipers in the first place, you probably win out. The secret really usually is, have more Vipers, you're going to end up in a pretty good place, you know? And that has been the kind of idea there. As the 90s network will go down, so that will be picked off. A few Archons still trying to see what else they can get up to. See a nice storm coming down. This is great planning class. This is a great fight in general. You can note that GG Machine is just absent. Like, this is just not a two-team fight. This is a 2v1, and Milky Cow just gets wiped to the point he's going to say GG. I mean, GG Machine is still, you know, working with this army, so he's not going to leave yet, and Milky Cow is just out of here. He's going to leave too. He doesn't think, well, he's right. He can't fight 1v2 realistically. Thought he might give it a try, but obviously giving up at that point is not super crazy of a concept. It's going to be a 2-0 for SERRAL and Jumi, but boy, did it take some effort. They had to really drag themselves out of the ditch a couple of times in this matchup, and it really worked to get there in the end. UTHERMAL and Skillus, by the way, losing to Trigger and Wayne means that Skillus is 0-3 after day 1. Milky Cow will be 0-2. UTHERMAL 1-2. GG Machine 1-2. Wayne sits 1-1. SERRAL will move up to 2-1 alongside Trigger 2-1, MaxPax 2-0, and Jumi will be 3-0. As we are going to take a dive into Group B action coming up in a few moments' time. Going to get that ready to rumble. We're going to be going Spirit Nicaract versus Showtime Lambo, so we're going to get that Group B games going. We'll get some videos done and get ready to head into more 2v2 action, guys. Very exciting stuff. How's everyone feeling? Hope you're all doing well. Thanks so much for watching. We got 400 viewers on YouTube. It was nice to see when the YouTube viewership like pops up a little bit. That's always awesome to see. Hell yeah. Hope you guys are doing great. You hear that right? Jumi's the only guy not to have lost the series. At him and MaxPax, but Jumi's played 3 matches. MaxPax only played 2. In fact, Jumi's not even lost a map yet. He's 6-0 in maps where MaxPax dropped a map already. So Jumi having an absolutely incredible day 1 in the 2v2 event in Group A, and that is the end of Group A action for today. Group A games will resume tomorrow, so we'll be back for that tomorrow, guys, if you are excited. And yes, we will have ourselves, obviously, Group B action coming up now. We will be going Spirit Nicaract versus Showtime Lambo, then a Laser Nicaract versus Showtime Yakov, and then Nicaract Yakov versus Zhuge and Lambo. That's what's coming up for us in the next little bit, as we'll get that ready to rumble in just a few. So yeah, Spirit Nicaract coming up for us. Awesome. Bum 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 bada bum bum bum. Is there one more? There are 3 more series still coming up. You still have 3 more series coming up. 3 more best of 3s. Intriguing format. Yeah, I love this format. This format's freaking awesome. This format makes me want to experiment with doing something like this in a different way almost. Like, I don't know how or what, but like it's a really cool idea. Kind of having everyone's kind of performance count towards their own score, but then working with others. And it's pretty. I've got a. It kind of makes me want to do like a kind of makes me want to do like a team, like almost like a what if you did like a team league? I always had this idea of like doing a 2v2 team league where like game 1 is like 1v1, game 2 is 2v2, and then the final game is another 1v1 if it goes to 3 games. And I always thought that'd be a really cool concept, but that might even be cooler if then you have these best of 3s played across the course of, you know, across the course of like everyone teaming up with everyone as well. Yeah, it's kind of cool. It is kind of cool. Like, honestly, the saddest part for me in this format is that the playoffs are just the playoffs are just set races, like or set teams. Like, I feel like this is very sad after the group stages are so different. I think it's probably still fine. I just feel like the group stage is so cool with the format. The playoffs almost feel boring in comparison. Yeah, very cool. Wasn't Nation Wars like that at some point? Yeah, Nation Wars had, Nation Wars was not quite exactly, it wasn't just 2 players, it was 3 players that would play, and then there would be a 2v2 match involved, right? I think? Was it like 1v1, 1v1, 2v2, 1v1 ace or something? Let's see. Must have been 7. Yeah, 1v1, 1v1, 2v2, 1v1, 1v1, 2v2, and then an ace match. Oh, but it was only... Oh, yeah, so it was actually only... Yeah, so yes. So yes, it is kind of what I'm suggesting, basically. Yes, is the TLDR. That's kind of what I was suggesting. Yeah, that was... They did this... I had this idea first, though. I thought of this idea, like... I had this idea before, like, COVID. You know, when I was still doing, like, WardiTV Team League and stuff? Like, I had this idea so long ago. I just never figured a good way to make it work that people would want to take part in. But Nation Wars actually was a good time to use it, to be honest. Yeah, the most recent Nation Wars, the last one in 2022 had the 2v2s. I don't think the one before did. Oh, I've closed the page. Let's go have a look. I don't think Nation Wars 6 did. Yeah, the 2019 one didn't. There's no way. Just 1v1s. Nation Wars was such a cool event. So cool. Why is no one streaming all the matches in order instead of you see a lot of random picked matches that are streamed? They are being streamed in order. There's 2 matches happening at a time. I will show you. So, basically, each round has 2 matches happen at the same time. So when we were just casting SERRAL Jumi versus Milky Cow GG Machine, the other series was playing. So there's 2 matches at once. So we're going in order of the match of the rounds. So next up, we're going to be doing round 1. We're going to be doing the bottom match in round 1. At the same time, this match is at the same time. So it's just 2 matches at the same time. So it's not random order. There is another stream if you want to find Steadfast's channel. He is covering the games that we are not covering. So he is covering, he's the mainstream. You can go catch him on Twitch, I believe. I don't know if he's on YouTube. But he's covering, he's picking the games he wants to cover. We're just covering the other matches from each round. So if you guys want to go catch him and watch the other games, like I say, you can get your multi-stream up or so, because there is 2 series happening at once. So yeah, that's all. Hopefully that helps answer your questions. As we're just waiting for... I can't join the party because I'm in a party. That would explain a lot. Yeah, this is where I want to be. Perfect. Bum 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 bum. Awesome. Hey guys, we're just chilling, we're just waiting. Videos are happening, so we shouldn't be too long. Just waiting for a few videos, and once the maps are picked, we should just be able to go, no problem at all. 3 more best of 3s coming up today. So a bit more StarCraft still coming through. Love it. Love it. Thank you again for joining us. It was fun. It's been a nice stream today. We're coming up to 7 hours live. I always love getting to do one tournament and then the other. We really don't get to do this much anymore in StarCraft, but like when we do get to do it, I really enjoy it. It's always really fun. It's always really fun. As long as it's not like it's a bit of a dream. It's like 7 hours into like 7 hours or something maybe. But like when it's like 4 hours into like four hours or something, I always really think it's nice. Very happy. Bum 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 ba bum 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 bum. These are fast, so why not do best of 5? I mean, they're not that fast. We are 2.5 hours in and we've done 3 series. By the end of today, it'll be a, you know, at this rate, it'll have been 5 hours of 2v2. That's kind of a long time. If you start doing best of 5s, you're going to increase that a lot more, so 2v2 can be pretty long. I mean, to be honest, these 2v2 games haven't even been that short, no? Like, we've had a lot of, like, 10 to 20 minute games. We've hit, you know, toward 20 minutes a couple times easily. And yeah, like ZG says, once a 2v2 goes late, you don't just go late, you go like, you know, you go past your bedtime. Because, yeah, 2v2 late game can be really late game, really campy. It can be very sit back and don't let much happen for a while. Because if it's hard to attack into one player who plays Turtley in a 1v1, that can get doubled up in a 2v2. Like, it doesn't, like, having 2 attackers doesn't make it easier to break someone. I feel like the defenses get doubled down on more than the attacks do, you know? What's up, Skyquan? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime. Much appreciated. Just gonna run another round of ads, guys. We're still waiting for ads. I really can't talk today. We're still waiting for ads. No, we're not waiting for ads. We're waiting for players and vetoes. Yes, we're waiting for vetoes. So just waiting for that to come through, and when they're done, we will get in game. But yeah, we just had a couple long games back to back, so it's gonna take a moment, and we'll get ready to kick off into this next matchup. So like I say, we're gonna be doing the Spirit Nikaract versus Showtime Lambo match. Very exciting. Very exciting. First map going to be Undercurrent. Then we have Yellow Jacket and Emerald City. Emerald City is going to get played a lot, guys. This map is one of the more go-to favorites. Emerald City going to be map 2, so if we do get a game 3, it'll be on Yellow Jacket. I don't think we've seen that one yet. 13 games in 2.5 hours seems fast. Is that how much it's been? I don't think it's been that, though. We've had... Because you're forgetting that 2 matches play at a time. So we've casted on this stream, we've casted... What did we start with? 2-0... We just have 2 zeros the whole time on this stream? We did, right? We've actually only cast 6 maps over 2.5 hours. So yeah, 2 matches are playing at the same time. Kind of alters your calculations a little bit. What was the qualification system for this tournament? You don't see your 2v2 bros? The qualification system was a series of 2v2 tournaments. Open entry, anyone could play. There was pretty much one tournament a month for 5 months, and those built into the point system which qualified players. I got the long games. Right, but like all it takes is like one series to go very long, and then you're really going very long. And at the end of the day, you're still looking at like 5 hours is seen as a pretty good length of broadcast / time for a tournament in a day. Like, that's a pretty good, like, that's typically seen as very acceptable from the players as well. The problem is if you start making people play 3 best of 5s, like, people are way less wanting to play. Like, it drags a little bit for the players. In the playoffs and stuff, it's cool, but, like, I think, like, in the groups, best of 3 is pretty reasonable. Is that linked anywhere? If you use the, yeah, if you go on the Wikipedia, if you go to the top, there should be links to all of the qualifying stuff. Alright, let's get into some more StarCraft 2, 2v2 style. We have got ourselves in the top right corner of the map. Oh, we're actually going to see some proper cheese. They're double Terran, and they're going to go double proxy. I kind of love it. Nicorect and Spirit. Obviously, double Terran does kind of leave you wondering, like, was one of them going to play off-race or so? Spirit plays a good amount of off-race lately, honestly. Not going to be the case. As Lambo and Showtime play Zerg Cross in the bottom left, the German combo looking to get themselves off to a hot start here in the 2v2 event. SCV's pulling over. This Overlord from Lambo spots it immediately. Instant scout. Well, it's Spirit that's spotted. I actually thought it was Nicorect who was also coming across the map to play some proxy, but he actually built his barracks at home, so it's just Spirit that was looking at 3 racks, and he is going to get caught and cornered almost straight away, and these pros are going to pull over and as well, and this is a disaster. Do we finish either of these barracks? I think we are going to finish the first one, actually, because Pro did not retarget. I mean, it's only going to be one, and even then, it's not going to be a very powerful one. The third barracks gets cancelled as well, so that's going to be off to you. Again, not the start you're looking for here, realistically, as Spirit. That is, I think, what you call a little bit of a disaster in the early stages. He will get the second racks up, but it's extremely delayed. It's obviously known about as well, and Lambo and Showtime can prep themselves for it. I mean, do they think it's a full-on proxy from both players? They don't, you know, they haven't seen anything from Nicorect yet, so it's kind of hard to judge. And that could affect how they maybe defended. These drones are pulling aggressively, by the way. They got a good shot on that Marine. I'm just going to stop it coming up. I mean, it's interesting because back at home, Nicorect's building Marauders. I wonder why he didn't proxy alongside Spirit then. Like, he was going to build Marauders anyway. They will show up eventually, but we're going to try and get another bunker up. Spirit's not going to let this one go easily. He's going to keep on pressuring and keep on trying to find some opportunity at the moment. Ling's looking to get around. The Marine's putting some damage out. Stalker going to be there. The Lings will come through. Zealot will get some shots, and we are going to chase this away as we push this out over to the upper left-hand side. Cancel on the bunker. Stalker still chasing. The Marines are in a little bit of trouble right off the bat. We'll continue to just push those away up to the upper left-hand side. Marauders going to get found by slow Lings. I mean, Marauders is going to take forever to kill slow Lings, and they're actually going to get cornered. Do we kill one with these Lings? I think we do. This is going from bad to worse, I think, for Nicorect and Spirit. This game is becoming a little bit of a disaster, to say the least. First real shot of someone truly giving it a go cheesing today. Like, truly, like, cheesy. Not just like an all-in or a timing window. Actually cheesy. And I think it's fair to say it's gone absolutely disastrously. I love it. I absolutely love it. I obviously hate it for the guys who are who thought they had a cool plan and it's just all gone wrong. But yeah, fun to actually get someone trying to cheese it up at least and mix it up a little bit in that regard, if nothing else. Stalker's coming over. Lings get chased. A couple of barracks will continue up in the sky. The Stalker's going to be underneath the barracks. Will take some hits. 2 barracks going to go drop down in a moment as the Stalkers will go after the racks. I almost feel like this should be worse for Spirit and Nicorect. I mean, they do have an in-base expansion that helps them to get one base up. Showtime has taken that on the side of Showtime and Lambo. And Lambo just taking the left side third hatchery. So he's getting set up very comfortably. Showtime just makes his way into Blink and gets very cozy in this state of the game, I would say, right now. Definitely feeling good about where he is at currently. Feelings gather about. Focus on the Zealot coming back over as well, so they will continue to come through just for a little bit here. As you see the Road Drawing coming online also. And Yeah, Banshee, Cloaking, Marine, 1-1 upgrades on the side of Nicorect. So both players are kind of going different routes at the moment from the two Terrans. We're going to have the straight Bio play. We are going to see Bio, I think, from Spirit as well. He is adding on another Barracks, but obviously at the moment it's still just going into Banshee and tank production. So a little bit more kind of that feisty combo early. Showtime will have the Observer to provide some info in the next few moments. That's obviously going to be great as well. Love to see that. Information is key. There's a lot for you as the cancellation on that bunker comes in immediately. Stalkers in the orbital command. A few Marines continue to step across. The scan comes out. The Observer goes down. More Stalkers wanting to get involved, perhaps. Looking to see what they can do. 1-1 Stimpak combat shield. Everything coming over as the Stalkers warp in off of that prism. Apparently UTHERMAL Milky Cow did double proxy Reapers one game. Nice, I kind of like that. It's fun too. Obviously we didn't get to see that one. Those upgrades are going to be finishing soon. Stimpak and Combat Shield are very much so still added. And once they are up, they're going to be a little bit faster obviously from Nicorect and Spirit. But once they're up on both sides, maybe we can do something. I'm kind of scared though, man. Like Lambo is just steaming ahead. You know, tons of roaches on the way. 1-1 missile upgrades. Roach speed is already finishing as well. So you got all of that coming through. Showtime is getting +1 charge. Temple Archives coming up. I feel like the Zerg and the Protoss are like just loving where they're at. And then you look at the Terrans like, we're on our way to our first bits of early game tech. It just doesn't feel quite comparable right now. But the Ghost Academy is on the way. So we are making correct progress. Obviously, it is an interesting balance. You're going to have two Terran players playing very similar comps. But you're going to have one guy who focuses a little bit more on dealing with the Zerg army and kind of, you know, what they add into their army to enable them to do that. In this case, I'd say some siege tanks, right? Because it's roach-based. And then you're going to have the other guy that wants to deal with, you know, the Protoss army a little bit more, such as, you know, that's why we're getting the Ghosts and the EMPs available too. So it's going to be very interesting because you're kind of both looking to fill kind of some different roles in this scenario. A couple Ravages go down. Lings get picked off. Get chased away as the extra Zealots warp into the main. Storm +1, whole building. Just gonna see those Zealots continue to go after the SCVs. Rhoda getting chased back a little bit. Roach Ravager looking to dive through. I love it. The distraction to allow Lambo to jump in. This is only one of the two Terran players. This gold base is not going to be allowed to mine. I don't know how much we really want to kind of commit here. We're still in tank range, right? So we are taking some heavy splash during this. So you do want to be a little bit careful, a little bit cautious. Like I say, you don't want to just let this kind of go freely forever. That would be a bit disastrous. Two upgrades on the way out, +2 attack. Ghosts will continue in. Marines and a siege tank building up as well. So as the prism loads up and peels away back over to the left-hand side. A few more High Templar, a few more Zealots being added on. Now we're going to see the Bio pulling back away from those rocks and resetting as well as the couple of Ravagers will bile down onto the siege tank. Showtime. Gets the impede on the High Templar from the Prism, so you just pull them back. There's one more Storm available that wasn't ever in the Prism, just that High Templar on the ground roaming. And Lambo and Showtime will not really break through just yet. They are looking toward the future still. Lambo's getting looked down, he's getting 2-2 and Hive. Showtime is still kind of building more of the same, but I think that's fine for now. Like, Showtime does not need to improve this army just yet. He already has good tech. I mean, the upgrade, for example, +2 attack starting is great. But yeah, interesting is I think it looks as though we're going to get some ghosts up from Milky Cow as... Not Milky Cow, sorry. Nicorect as well. Milky Cow in the brain from the last game. So Nicorect going to get some ghosts on the way for himself too. So they're both going to have ghosts here. Obviously, I do think the tanks are an important part of this. They're going to help a lot in terms of pushing the Roach army back still. It's a lot of Terran units, but that's also a lot of targets for Storm if those EMPs do not deny the Storms from coming through. Harkon takes a couple of shots, EMP coming down, Zealot's taking hits. Roach Ravager trying to step a little bit further forward currently. Nice Storm hitting a few of those Marines. Stalker's still chasing back the other way. We've got those ghosts coming through. Actually, Bio going to get jumped on a little bit. Zealot Stalker, Archon getting a few connections there. Chased away. Lambo splitting into the concave. If they chase too far, he would absolutely collapse in on that. And we've got the run by on the right side. Orbital's kind of low as well, so Showtime getting some damage done here. Has Storms available too. Lambo's actually going to take the high ground position, hit that gold base, Overseer in the corner. Not going to be able to do much of anything. Snipes actually do get to go off and damage being done. The defense of Spirit and Nikaract is paying off for the moment. It is adding up a little bit. Marines get rid of the hatchery, the drone goes down. We will see the few roaches born out of Anidas. So Lambo has been trying to find the entryway for Anidas into the main base for a little bit. He is now going to succeed, and he is going to be able to get those units out. That's absolutely huge for him. Has to cancel those lurkers up in the center, though. They get caught a little as reinforcements come through. He will retreat and try and make the most of this. A few more units popping out of the Anidas network at the moment, just bringing those straight through. Zealot Archon stepping by as well. The Zealots continue to move about. Just going to see a couple of Vipers coming up also. There's going to be the Orbital Command lifted and moving to the sides. The Zealots are going to get there. They're going to grab the Siege Tank. The rest of the Bio still pushing forward. Hatchery in trouble. Nexus is going to be in some trouble. So we're going to kind of base trade it out. Obviously the Terrans, I don't hate it for them. I actually think base trading for them right now is pretty great. Unless they run into like a bunch of lurkers they can't really clear, that could be a problem. Bio comes back around. Gateway's in trouble. Still seeing some of the roach hides just getting jumped on and cleaned up for the moment. Snipe, snipe, snipe at the moment. And this is a full-on base trade right now, but Showtime and Lambo have better supply, so it's kind of in their best interest to turn this from kind of a continued base trade into at some point using that army supply advantage and turn it into cleaning this army up in general, right? So does feel like a factor. Still taking damage. A storm comes down. A lot more shots coming out. Those Bio is getting cleaned up. I mean, we kind of knew that this was going to happen eventually, and it does. You see the Zealots running into their death a little bit because, I mean, to be fair, the Bio army's putting out some work. Some snipes coming through too. The supplies are still very good though for Showtime and Lambo. They've controlled this game from the start. Obviously, the absolute beginning of this game was so good for them. And there's still units across the map. Lambo has Nidus up in the base, so he's still harassing with those. We're watching Showtime though clean up the rest of this force. The MPs were good to stop the storms coming down, but we don't need storms to finish this game up. That is the Nidus I was talking about, getting the lurkers and the hydras off and through and just doing so much with those. I think Nikaract and Spirit are going to be talking through GG timing right now, and maybe also what they fix for a second game. Well, maybe we don't open with the proxy racks attempt and get scouted and just, lose any kind of early game momentum we could have possibly had because your build just does nothing, goes nowhere. Maybe we don't do that and we go from there or so, Alrighty. A very fun kind of game, though. Kind of showed you the power of that offensive kind of Proto-Zerg versus the defensive Terrans sitting back and just trying to survive until an opportunity arose. And I like it. When they got the chance to kind of make it crazy and base trade a little bit and do something, they kind of took it, Can't really complain with that. Crazy strong comeback after the failed rush. I mean, they sat there defensively, right? Like, at the end of the day, like, they weren't so behind from the failed rush, they were never going to have an army. Like, if they don't die, like, 2 minutes after the failed rush, then yeah, sitting back defensively in a choked up position is pretty reasonable. But I think Lambo and Showtime approached it very well. Like, yes, Spirit and Nikaract did the right things from the position they were in, but I also think Showtime and Lambo did the right things for what their opponents then did, which was they did not give them the opportunity to fight and overwhelm. And so they just sat back, they teched up, and they had the way better armies. So that when something like a base trade comes around, they were A, immediately in position to hit first, and B, they had all the tools in their arsenal to keep on going. So, yeah, nice to see them kind of fighting back. They did the right things from the failed rush. I don't think it's really I wouldn't say it's a crazy strong comeback. I think it's just playing to the strength of what of what the Terran race can do there defensively. I think it'd be a crazy strong comeback if they actually really got back in and start to take some kind of real action on the map again. A base trade Hail Mary to me isn't quite it. I'm also just nitpicking, just to have something to talk about while we wait for the next game to start, so it's nice that they fought it back. Down a game in the top left will be the blue and blue Terrans in the form of Necroract and Spirit. Up against Lambo and Showtime. Red Zerg, Orange Protoss for game 2. Alright, just one moment, guys. Get to this game. There's no proxies or anything, though, and we're playing Emerald City, which again definitely lends itself to that more macro defensive style. So I don't think you want it to rush early. Probably you want it as the Terrans. See a longer game here. There's definitely a lot you can do as Terrans to take advantage of that, I'd imagine. Next coming up. And get settled down. Honestly, not a lot happening early for this game too, which is fine. Take a moment to chill after some crazier stuff. Reaper's going to shoot. Next is going to take a little bit of damage here. Some shots coming about. So obviously a couple of Reapers will put some pressure on, as this is a Reaper from each of the Terrans. Try and work through a pylon initially. This is an engineering bay block, which is why Showtime expands over here. I don't think he's too worried about it overall. He's got a Zerg teammate who can have a bit more mobility to help kind of defend an out of position base. Sling speed is well on the way already, so don't think that's going to be a major issue, as a couple of Reapers actually took some shots there. Just get back. And we do keep them alive as we will continue to fight and actually get some Zergling kills at the moment. Obviously, Ling kills off creep because the Lings don't have the Queen to protect them that they usually would have, so not ideal. Actually getting quite a lot of damage done with these Reapers. They're putting some work in, but the Adepts now will shade and chase, and that will be able to guarantee one kill. The other Reaper gets away to the top side and is out there for the moment. This map's old? Yeah, this map's super old. I remember when Alima League did some 2v2 stuff and this map was part of the map, and that was years upon years ago. Hellions going to get rid of a Zergling, the Reaper there as well, the two Adepts gathering together. Cancels the blink, goes charge, so Showtime going to go for a little bit of a different setup right now. Lots of pings going around as players discuss where to be, what to look for. They get themselves on the same page as each other right now. See the things continuing. So again, lots of talk about what to defend. Lots of trying to figure out just what's going on and everything. Again, Stimpack building 3-1 upgrades on the side of Nicorect. So both players are just heading straight into that bio play again. I feel like it's pretty typical for TT TV2s to actually have one mech player. Apparently that is not the case here. I really thought that there was a good chance of it though. Nope, they're going to stick with Bio. Maybe just what they're comfortable with, maybe what they feel like has the best shot against PZ as well. Maybe they just don't think there's much need for one of them to play mech. Maybe they like the way the Bio's armies trade. It is interesting though. All those upgrades coming through. Storm is halfway done. Reaper, I'm gonna get a drone. And Dawn Reaper goes down. To be fair, we're kind of past the point in the game where Reapers are going to do much else. It's only 6.5 minutes. We just have so many bases coming up. Obviously, we're starting to go full macro mode. The speed at which you kind of get that set up is pretty crazy. Plus one blink in the next. It's all coming online. It's going to have the Lurk Den. The Hive coming through. King drops down a creep team to the left side. The roaches gather, and I was gonna say, like, at this point, it feels like we're just gonna get maxed out before much happens. And I think from Lambo's point of view, he probably will. Upgrades are gonna finish, but he's also well on the way to Hive and Lurk Den, so he's gonna have a lot of good stuff coming through very shortly. Big Butch, Roach is coming around. Cyclone putting some more damage out. This Storm actually hits a little bit of the bio. Just going to be seeing the Prism, obviously going to be a big part of defend this. Actually have a counterattack immediately across the map. Pinged by the Terrans just now as Showtime hits with Zealots. It's a very powerful counter. It's going to take a lot of units to deal with it. If nothing else, I think those Zealots are going to trade pretty okay. Actually going to get the Guardian Shield in there as well. Good target fire. Paying attention. Getting rid of that Sentry. Not letting that do too much. It's great for Showtime. He's actually just going to pull away a bunch of this. Another Storm. Bio pulling back. Blink is going to finish soon. Two more Stalkers still building up as the Prism... there's the Medivacs load, and actually going for a big dive in the main base. There's units here, though. Good defense. Yeah, great defense out of Lambo. Being in position, not going to let that kind of punch happen. The foresight to be in position in the main is absolutely critical. That could have been a disaster. Revelation comes down. Bio Army gathers. We'll see the Fusel's going to charge in. A couple more High Templar coming through as well. Storm's coming down. Bio taking a bunch of damage right away. Stalkers getting on top of these siege tanks as well. More Storms coming into play. Loving it for Showtime. Getting so many Storms out now. The Zerg looking to try and get involved as well right now. Can Lambo push up successfully, or is this going to be a little bit too much of a challenge? Can he get in reach? Can he get everything else into place right now? Roach is going to shoot Bio. Going to be in some trouble. This is an Oracle. We're not going to be seeing... The supplies of the Terrans overall very good. Showtime lacks a bit on supply, but he does have good tech, and he's going to get Medivacs here, so that's worth it. And yeah, that's going to work quite nicely in general. Unit still gathering up for the moment. Knight is coming through, +2 attack coming in. Reigns, the Marauder, will go after the Nidus network for now. Medivacs get there. Good defense. You can't let those Niduses get up. You can't let that start to get out of control. That's where things are going to become a real issue if you're not careful. So definitely needs to make some progress there. Bit of bio gets up. Lings will go down. We'll step across. Roaches and Zealots are going to try and charge on forward for the moment. A couple of Medivacs taking damage also. Feedback's coming down. Medivacs taking hits from that. Lurker's going to fire the siege tank, taking damage. A couple more ghosts coming through. Snipe, and the Lurker's take a few more shots. Just going to continue through. A few more SCVs going down as well. This army continues to commit forward. Zealots are going to come through. Good storms on the Terran forces. Good job by Showtime again. Storms have been beautiful so far this game. There's going to be that counter drop though as well, and that is going to give you a nice bit of pressure to kind of make this Protoss and Zerg army think about having to turn around and go do something else. Lambo's supply is dropping. As this base goes down, he's going to, I actually think, struggle a little bit to get up what he needs to really deal with this. Hydrogen going down as well. A new Lurker Den building. New lair building. Lambo taking some serious damage. Spirit is maxed out, so he's feeling good. Spirit's army not going as heavily touches. Whoa! We get the EMV off in the end, but a couple storms towards this High Templar initially, and now this Templar got to go running, but they're going to get sniped, man. Okay, Prism does save them, so that's going to be huge. Hydra's going to be there. The Medivacs get turned away. The rest of the Biog joining back up together. Medivacs thinking about going into the main, as we have the upper right base. Going to come under attack once more, continue to knock this down. See a lot more shots continue to come through at the moment. This army in the top right getting cornered is obviously not great. Showtime supply absolutely plummets. And that's not ideal because realistically, if that supply of the Showtime Protoss is gone, there's not going to be a lot else to... I don't think the Zerg army is really designed to fight against double Terran right now is the issue. Lambo's been bullied himself anyway, right? It's not like Lambo's been in some kind of pristine position this entire time. He's also been in a lot of trouble. Medivac's coming back to the top. Right, setting up, still trying to push through. I mean, at this point, I just do not think that we've got an out here. As Lambo and Showtime, I think they are going to get a bit too heavily cornered. I mean, at this point, it feels like you need a big counterattack. I feel like we need units we don't have to deal with these Liberators, though. I guess Stalkers are going to be the answer. We blink in, we're going to get rid of one Lib, we're going for the second. Hydrogen coming up. Oh, Medivacs, and some of those are full. 3 full Medivacs just went down. I mean, okay. That's the sort of trades you want. Showtime's actually bouncing back in supply. He's only on 3 bases, though, so this bounce back can only surely last so long. But 30 minutes in the game, these 3 bases are not going to last forever. Some ghosts here going to go and get rid of some Lurkers. Painful, as we do have that last Lurker going to go down as well. The Viking falls. Just still coming up. Melee upgrade coming through. High pathway done. Overseer's building. Bio going to go after that set of rocks. Zealot's going to try and get in toward the ghost right away. Not going to move to the right side. Medivac's lift up and back up. Stalker's going to get there. Chase that down as well. Sniper. We get a couple more shots off. A few more Lurkers going to morph in also. 33 upgrades coming through. The Zealot's going to charge. It's going to blink underneath, and the Medivacs begin to drop. Actually going to get a good chase on a lot of those Liberators. The Zealots pushing back the ground force. The Stalkers want to fight these Libs. Honestly, they're going to get rid of most before they fire. Wow. Actually blinks away. Doesn't really take any damage at all. Great job from Showtime again. Also not a bad retreat from the Terrans, who are also going to once more have that counter-attacking drop coming in. And that's the issue. Whenever there's some momentum building from Lambo and Showtime, Spirit and Nicorach have a counter-attack that really pushes them back and gets some damage done and puts them into trouble. Kind of a huge factor. Ooh, we nearly jumped on this army without it being pulled away. Maybe some free damage there, but we realized it just about in time. We're able to pull out for the moment. Libs will siege, and man, there's so many Libs. Like I say, not a great answer to them either. Not ideal just yet. DC pulls across, is actually going to get into trouble. Like I say, we're doing a good job of trying to deny these top bases. Lambo actually has a lot of bases. He has a good amount of money. Income, it would seem. This game is not done yet. It was kind of for a while counting out a little bit, Lambo and Showtime, but they are still in this. They're still competing. I think they're still backs up against the wall. I still think they're playing against a very difficult composition to fight against right now. Storm comes down. Bio gets chased away. Hydras coming through. Liberators, man, just are going to be too good a number for these Hydras. They're just going to run. Maybe we should just turn and fight a couple of them. I mean, Lambo just has to get out of there in general, I think, for the moment. It's time to get out for now as the extra lurkers come through. Feeling's going to jump on top of the barracks, and I mean, Lambo trying to cause chaos. To be fair, the Spirit's lost a lot of units here, and the supply of Spirit really falling off. It's going to come down to Nico react perhaps a little bit. He's got those Liberators chasing this army. Can we get enough to answer these Libs? Like, to me, that's really right now the question. Can we get enough anti-air to deal with that? Because I do think right now that is genuinely going to be the problem. Just a couple of Libs coming through, continuing to siege. Lurkers pulling back. Nice network. Goes down. Obviously, Nidus is something we've tried to use throughout. Big push, Bio coming through, a couple Libs coming about as well. Again, that's been the issue forever. I keep saying Libs, Libs, Libs. It has been the Liberators that have been such a problem here. Storm coming down, Liberators setting up as well. Just going to be seeing a couple more Storms coming through too. Showtime have enough. Those few Colossus in the back are putting some work. We're going to blink past the Liberators. This is our moment to get rid of a bunch of them, and we are going to get them taken out. Spirits bounce back up to be maxed out. Now it's Nicorect who's dropping a lot of supply. There's a ton of Terran units out on the other side here. First going to siege again. Can these Stalkers and Archons actually fight through this? Going to be a little bit of a challenge. Bio coming through. Just going to be seeing the Colossus coming about, trying to shoot onto this. A lot of the Bio going down quickly, but the Liberators are huge, and the Bio from the other side is going to melt this Protoss army. It's going to be Spirit leading in supply across the entire board right now. We're going to need a magnificent fight, I think, coming through shortly here if we want to get something done. It's going to be tough. A couple of shots coming through for the moment. Can this be enough here from Spirit and Nicorect to close this game out, man? It's been an absolute effort. It's been a monumental effort on both sides. Actually, the Liberators get sieged up again. We're going to try and start running into this. We are going to push through. The Hydras support. Lurkers need to step up as well. High Templar does not have the energy. Lurkers need to just burrow and hope that they can do some splash damage here. They need the AoE. Snipes coming down, but we're kind of out of ghost energy. The Lurkers are going to get a chance to do a lot. The Protoss is going to keep that one Colossus alive. Showtime and Lambert, though, are both sub 100 supply, and with that, we are probably not really in range of getting this done right now. I think this is going to be a 1-1 scoreline, as it looks like Spirit and Nicorect will get just about enough done. This opening match of Group B is being a banger so far, and it is going to go to at least one more game. Well, definitely one more game, it would seem. See, you say at least one more game. I mean, maybe there's a draw. Maybe we get a game 4. Spirit, we're going to be the leading supply at the end of the day. Let's just see the Liberators still sieging. We continue to set up. And GG gets called. Lambo and Showtime will take their leave, and this will be Interact and Spirit to tie us up. 1 each. Alright, we are going to get into game 3 then, guys. Action resuming. Game's getting pretty darn good, to be honest. It's getting pretty sick up in here. Loading up, take a moment or two, gonna get this ready to rumble. We can head into this next game. I'm gonna run ads, I guess, just in case we get a long game again. Better safe than sorry. Spirit needs a moment anyway, so gonna take a few moments. What's a Pertzeni? Oh god. Perzeni Gil? Why can't I say no? Your name completely confuses me. Thank you so much for the 2 month resub on the Prime. We're taking a moment for Spirit, and then we'll get back into this, guys. So a few moments here. Get back on track. Alright. Go-Go's are being called, so it looks like we might get back on track. Just Pertzen is fine. Yeah, I honestly, I got through the first part, but the second part got me, man. Got KO'd by the second half. Ay, ay, ay. Go-Go's are getting called. We are going to go into this game 3, guys. We are going to kick it off. Apparently, the other match is still ongoing as well. This Group B starting off strong. Like 1-1 between Goblin Yakov versus Alaza Shameless. Very cool. Very, very cool. We're going to kick this off then. Let's go. Assistance from the Terrans as well. Those Liberators really became the answer in the end. The Libs created so many favorable trades for them. I think they were kind of doing fine on top of the Liberators too. Like, it wasn't just the Libs. Like, they were in a great position, and so the Libs really helped to close it out. The great position really meant the Liberators were not something that could be answered, though, was the problem. Interact and Spirit bottom left. Lambo and Showtime upper right. Game number 3. Deciding map here of this series. I'll put us on the indie cam whenever he starts moving it about. Cracks on the gas coming through, the hatch coming about, the gateway and the assimilator coming by also. See our probe heading to the bottom left corner. Probe nibbling. You're all going to be seeing a barracks from each Terran player. No more proxying. Yellow Jacket was actually I was interested to see as well. Let's see if he chases the probe. Yeah, this map's going to be kind of fun. This super narrow entry into just both main bases, and then you've got the kind of the double entry to the naturals. A forward base in that center as well. Going to be, again, encouraging players to kind of go towards the center of the map and play through the middle of the map a little bit. CC's on both naturals for the moment. Cybercore's coming up. Nexus coming through. Getting settled for now. It comes about. The Ling's be coming up. Stalking the Warp Gate coming over as well. It's going to have the few Lings and the Reaper coming back through. And the Reaper will start to do some fighting. Ling's taking damage. As the drones will fire up. Another couple shots coming about. Stalker going to hit that Reaper. Reaper taking shots for the moment. So you kind of... I always find it fascinating. Resetting to the early game after kind of a really chaotic game as well. Because that game too was absolutely chaotic. All over the place. Just reset to the early game. We're fighting against the Reaper right now. Like, that's what we're aiming for. That's our goal. Pulls back over. Just going to have the Hellions on the way out. And a Cyclone on this way from Nicorect. So Hellions and a Cyclone. They have played Bio both games so far. Wondering if game 3 maybe we do see some mech from one of them. Alair building the Blink on the way up. And get settled here. As the Reaper continues to poke around. Coming over. Queen's going to fight. Reaper takes a few more shots of damage. We are going to see that Reaper getting pushed back the other direction. So, nothing too crazy. Queen gets to the inject on the third hatch. We actually have action over in the main base. Hellions are in, and Showtime's economy in some trouble to the Hellion drop. Looking to try and survive this. He actually would love to get rid of the medevac. Like, it's kind of risky, because if you hit the medevac, you're not getting rid of the Hellions as quickly, so you might lose more probes. But getting rid of the medevac means the Hellions then don't stick around as long, so there's kind of a win-win there. 9 probes do go down, so it's a pretty successful Hellion drop. Obviously, it's not going to come back again because Showtime completely cleaned it up, but it's still a hit to Showtime's economy early. A significant hit at that. CC building, bunker coming through. Getting ready just in case of some aggression. Spire from Lambo. Ooh. Super excited to see what Lambo's plan is actually with the Spire. I mean, you've got to imagine probably mutas. Against double Terran. It's going to be very fun, though. It's going to be chaotic enough with the mutas. Can Showtime get enough time to just build up into like a mega army and then do very well? And if you force the Terrans to run around after the mutas, maybe Showtime can just push on his own at the front as well. Huge factor. Spire coming up, Evo Chambers coming about. The Cyclone going to lock onto that hallucination. Probe Bay, Forge, Nexus, a couple extra probes, and the Observer continue to come through for the moment. So again, we get all of that set. Stalkers around the bottom. They're going to set up. We do see the charge coming online. There is the +1 coming online. Colossus on the way, halfway done currently. Bunker just going to be there. The Stalkers turned around. And the melee carapace, fire carapace upgrades all coming through. 8 meters coming up as well. And a little bit of everything on the go for the moment. Orbital flies right out into that third base position, so we get that started into position. Good eco coming online. All those upgrades coming up between Nicorect and Spirit. All of that continues to come through. There's the tank gun siege. The Marines are going to gather. Mutas on the left-hand side. Another Muta coming across as well. Fly in. Missile turret is going to be in position. The SCVs are surrounding that missile turret, but that doesn't stop the Mutas obviously targeting the SCVs down. You just take some damage in the process. Army still gathers up. You're just going to see the Lings trying to get toward the missile turrets. Just trying to come around. Stalker's going to get underneath. Going to see what we can do. Got a few of those Marines grabbed as well, so they're going to get sliced and diced by the Colossus laser beams. That's what I'm talking about, right? You force a lot of Marines, you force a lot of anti-Muta, you know, the Terrans kind of react to it, and then you've got, you know, Colossus in this Protoss army really able to push forward a little bit. And then you're going to go elsewhere and, you know, pull some more of the Terran units away and give Showtime even more space to work with the rest of this. I love it. Here's into the main. SCVs will take damage. Damage will be done as the Mutas continue to fight about. SCVs will come around. Marine's going to push the Mutas back the other way. Zealots and Stalkers get in. SCV's already taking some big hits. Mutas still actually going huge, and just knocking down the tanks does so much, because if you knock down the tanks, you're opening up even more opportunity for Showtime, right? And Showtime's looping around the right side now as well. You know, Muta's a terrifying kind of thing to play against anyway, but then when you got someone else who's with another army ready to punish your kind of response to the Mutalists, basically, it's kind of brutal right now. You see the Mutalists going back over the other way. A little bit of action continuing to come through. We are going to see the Colossus still laser beaming it out. Mutas will gather. +2/+2 upgrades coming through. Everything else coming online as well. So continue to settle down. This Mutas join up once more. Bane in the center. Marine tank will press forward here as the Colossus will put some beams out. Good damage being dealt right off the bat. Let's do attack, +1 armor, continue to come through. The Muta's going to dive in. Actually going to look for the orbital. I was going to say maybe they get rid of that turret first, but they're just going to straight up kill an orbital. Spirit has been hurt hard here as the Terrans are pushing, by the way. Obviously, remember that if you do get a consolidated push and attack, Showtime's out of position too. Showtime they don't know the Terrans are pushing. This is going to be the first time they notice it as they come up the ramp, and uh-oh. I mean, maybe it's just base trade time. You're base trading with way larger armies, with Mutas and speed on your side. The thing is, in this kind of a base trade as well, is like you can't just float buildings away or anything because the Mutas are here. So, yeah, maybe the base trade is just the way to go no matter what. Lambo has a bunch of bases. Showtime honestly has a bunch of bases as well. Nexus will go down. A few probes mining it up. Cracked already out of orbitals. There's one left for Spirit that's going to go down next. If Showtime and Lambo think they can maybe come back, they're not even going to need to. GG's just get called. The Terrans are going to say it's done. And with that, it is indeed done. Lambo and Showtime, 2-1. Just about getting their group stage off to the correct kind of start. Meanwhile, the other match is still ongoing as well, by the way. Some crazy stuff happening. The other 2v2. They're 15 minutes into game 3. This is UTHERMAL stream, so I'll just take you guys to UTHERMAL stream for a moment. But yeah, this game looks kind of crazy. This is what's going on in the other screen, the other match at the same time, guys. So we had a long series. This has turned into a long series as well, it seems. As the army supply, you can see the supplies. Yakov is 67 supply, Goblin maxed. Shameless and Laser were a little bit low on supply when I first tuned in. Now it's obviously looking a little bit better for them as they continue to get towards maxing. But yeah, kind of a fun little scenario. This is Proto-Zerg versus Proto-Zerg as well, so I think it's hard to say that you're not in just a good position here. Uh-oh, we're going to actually jump on this, apparently. That army of Goblin kind of getting jumped on a little. Yakov with a few Lurkers and Vipers. I mean, hey, if you've got 60 supply, having Lurkers and Vipers at 60 supply is definitely the way to go. Yeah, it's gonna get this higher quality. A little low, isn't it? There we go. So yeah, you can just see these fights kind of breaking out pretty crazy. No, Goblin's gonna try his best to push on in. He's making a case for it. A laser supply is not doing a lot for him right now, apparently, so that's not great. Army to the left. Max is taking damage. Stalker Zealot moving down the bottom. Stalker's playing across. So it's, I mean, honestly, the laser, like, Shameless's army, I guess, is just not as good as Goblins, and that's what they're very afraid of. Like, Goblin has kind of got the mega army, right? I feel like Goblin's just got this very strong army that they're terrified of, but I think it's starting to get whittled down, and I think the Laser and Shameless will start to figure this out, so... Roaches, missiles still coming through. You see the production for Laser and Shameless continues where Goblins is kind of halted. Yakov has nothing. Yakov's down 38 supply, by the way, so really not looking pretty on Yakov's side. I just don't see how... I mean, don't even, like, Goblin's army is good, but I don't know if it's, like, win the game 1v2 good. Like, he's got tech units. Yakov is being very useful with the few units that he has. Like, 38 supply, and he's genuinely being a nuisance. Like, he's shutting down income and economy. He's making this be a real opportunity, you know? Like, there's a real chance of this. There is a very real chance of this. Roaches and the Hydra moving about. Lurkers and Roaches coming through as well. Stalkers, Zealots down the bottom. I don't know if there's really a... I don't know if there's really a... Like, I want to believe that Goblin makes this miracle happen, but, like, I don't think it can really happen, but maybe, like, I mean, Shameless gets very committed with these Stalkers. They give you a chance, right? I mean, they're starting to get other bases up, though. There's going to be other mining going on that hasn't been happening before now. Obviously, 1-1 as well. Winner of this wins the series. Do you think it's a huge advantage if you're paired with someone speaking the same mother language? I don't think it matters too much. And even if it is, it's only for one match, right? Like, maybe in the playoffs where your team played with someone from more, but I think everyone's good enough in this tournament, it's good enough at speaking English to absolutely be fine. Goblin is dying, guys. It was a good try. From what we saw, it was a good try, and obviously we didn't get to see the whole thing. Yakov really is dead now as well. I think Yakov was the guy holding Shameless and Laser back, to be honest. Like, he was scaring them enough that, you know, he had to really, you know, they had to respect what he was doing, and that really made it difficult for them to focus on taking out Goblin's army. Goblin just couldn't find the fights needed while that was happening to capitalize and power through. Stalkers and Zealots running about. Storm's coming down. Tail end of this all getting cleaned up. Surely we're done, right? Goblin, come on. Surely we're done. Yes, honestly, the supply is still kind of there. It's kind of ridiculous that we don't have... It's kind of ridiculous in the first place. We're actually going to get rid of the High Templars here, which is kind of huge. Broodling's actually going to help as well. Man, Goblin does not die easily. Holy shit, like, dude should be dead, like, so long ago. Like, I don't really want to start casting the game, because I'm pretty sure it's just over, so I'm not, like, committing myself into the cast of it, because I'm pretty sure it's just about to end, and then Goblin's like, I will not die. He lost a lot of his storms and stuff, though, right? I think that's going to absolutely mean that you can't really do too much more overall. At the end of the day, you got to hit, like, a brick wall there at some point, right? All those probes getting cleaned out. Goblin 90 supply, feedbacks, abducts. All the High Templar are gone. It's over. GG. Good try. Good try, Goblin, from what we saw. Jesus. That's kind of stupid. TV2, guys. TV2. Alright, we are going to go and have ourselves another series coming up. Might be a couple minutes break. There's a couple more best of threes today, guys. I didn't expect this to go on so long. I might do one more and then have to call it a day. We'll just see how long this next one takes. I'm just very aware if this takes a similar amount of time that I might have to jump out. I gotta go walk Ellie and stuff. So either way, I'm gonna actually take a step away and just take a quick moment. So we'll be right back. More StarCraft 2 obviously coming up. We'll be right back in a few moments. BRB. Hello everybody, welcome back. We're getting into the party and we should be getting rolling soon for this next BO3. What was the final TT vs PZ match? Guess it ended kind of quick. No, it was a long game. Wow, it finished like, it only finished like 5 minutes before the other series finished, so it was a pretty long series too. But yeah, it was SHOWTIME Lambo taking the victory in the end. It's actually a pretty crazy series. 19 into Goblin Yakov versus Laser Shameless. And that also looked freaking crazy, so... kind of wild as apparently videos haven't started here just yet, so we will wait on those. We can get underway. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Do 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 do. Bum 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 ba-da-dum ba-da-dum. I never get as excited as hearing Indy's going to be casting the series I'm casting. What a day. Indy's just like, I'm going to cast all the Wardy ones. Yeah, I love that. Love that for me. I love that for me. He's probably not going to cast the last one though. All good. I'm just trying to leech some observing, guys. Just trying to leech some observing. Slade Aristus, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for the Prime. Super appreciate it. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for supporting the streaming day. Obviously, guys, if you're enjoying the stream, you consider supporting. I don't really have the sellout. I sell out so much better when it's my own tournament. I really have the power behind me to sell out when it's my own event, you know. When it's not my own event, I'm like, I feel awkward. It's like, I don't wanna like, you know, tell you all to give me money. We do need the money though, not gonna lie. We do need to stream, we do need to, you know, make some money casting and stuff, so do Prime if you can. I should get over myself. Also, I'm just hitting ads as well. The ads don't pay as well as they used to, unfortunately, so you know, gotta up the ante on the sellout. Up the ante on the sellout. Videos are coming through, so it shouldn't be too long, guys. Get those videos going. I'm just waiting for videos, guys. We'll get ready to go. Oh. Don't I have the recording? Oh, yeah. Have you heard of Twitch Prime? You can support the stream right now with Twitch Prime. Don't forget to also follow the stream, subscribe to me on YouTube, give me money on Patreon, donate directly, and cheer in the chat. And don't forget to gift all those subs so we can hit that level 5 hype train. That's so much better. Yeah, that's exactly what it's for as well. Amazing. Love it. Yeah, the sellout recording, always a classic. I forget it's there sometimes, you know? I forget it's there. I forget it's a tool to be used. You know? I forget that it's a tool to be used. Was this an open tournament? This pod is a closed tournament, but it's all based from qualified players from open 2v2 events. So it was open to get here. You know, it was open qualifiers. You want to see the go crazy face with it? It needs to be a bit louder. I can't make it loud. I just have to. If I have to make it louder, I just have to do it myself, you know. And then I'm just selling out anyway, you know. Oi oi oi. 3 maps remain. Arctic going to be the first map. Emerald City and Breakwater remaining in the map pool. We'll see which one we get second. Emerald second. Every time, man. Every time. Alright, I'm getting loaded up. I'm getting ready to go. Ready to kick this off. Again, everyone's right in position and so on. Just takes a few moments. Alright, team colors again set. Just some people swap to red and orange and blue. Should be able to kick this off, guys. Looking for a laser specifically to move off the red into the blue. Yakov can take a blue, or you could play yellow. Orange yellow is fine. Don't think we need to be orange red. Orange yellow works for me. Maybe it doesn't work for everyone else though. I don't know. Maybe I'm being short-sighted. Yeah, I think orange yellow should be okay though. Okay, it's red orange anyway. When is the next game? In about 30 seconds. We're literally waiting for the players to say they're ready, and then countdown, loading screen. Really depends on how fast the players are. They all just said ready. GLHF. Countdown starts now. Alright, kicking off game number 1 of our second to last series of the day. So far, after first round, a laser and Showtime. In this matchup right now, a laser and Showtime are both 1-0, but they're on opposite teams. So one of these guys is going to get to go 2-0. Then you've got Nikorakt and Young Yakov, who are both on the losing team in the previous series, so they're both 0-1 and also on opposite teams. So again, unlike the first group of the day, we're going to have these matches where you're going to have some players getting to 2-0, some guys are going to end up 0-2, and someone's going to end up 1-1. So like every set of results coming out of this is going to be possible. I think that's kind of fun. All right, in the bottom right, top right hand side. Apologies. The mineral layout had me fooled. It's Showtime and Yakov in the top right corner, in the orange and the red. While in the bottom left, it's going to be the blue and the blue, the Terran and the Zerg, the Nikorakt and the Laser. Alright, looking at this map, I haven't seen Arctic Flowers yet today, I believe, so let's have a look around. Pretty much just ramped down into a choked off natural entry. A lot of space, low ground, obviously, flat ground into the natural, and then choice of directions for third. You could go down here for third base combined. Yeah, kind of an interesting one for deeper in the day, I suppose. Nice to kind of still see some of the different maps coming back. I feel like we're going to be sick of Emerald City by the end of this. UTHERMAL 2v2 Edition 2, let's ban Emerald City. The problem is it's a good map. It's just it gets used all the time. Which is why it's a good map. You know, it gets used because it's a good map, but then you see it all the time because it's a good map, so it gets boring. So do you keep it or do you get rid of it? It's a good question. I think you get rid of it. As long as there's a good replacement, I suppose. There is Team TLMC coming up, right? So we should have some stuff from there. Hatchery. Now a command center. Nothing too surprising from Nicorect and a laser, just expanding. It's a similar story from Yakov and Showtime. Expanding early. Getting settled. In this game, number 1. And this is just day 1 of the group stages. Day 2 tomorrow, day 3 on Sunday. It's a full weekend of 2v2, and then playoffs will be next week, so you can look forward to that. And we'll not be covering the playoffs, but you can find them on UTHERMAL's channel, or Steadfast will be covering as well, I believe. So there's a few Lings. Gonna chase about. The Adept is gonna get there, looking for the Reaper. Couple CCs coming online. So going to triple CC out of Nicorect at the moment, while I guess Showtime just goes into the Stargate, so he gets that online as well. Stargate coming up, and the Baneman coming through from a laser. So seeing all of that coming by. As depths will shade down to the bottom, Oracle is coming up. As you just see the link speed finishing on both sides, so it is very fun to kind of witness how this comes about. It's going to be seeing the hatch come into place. Just especially when it's like Terran Zerg versus Protoss Zerg, and you always see like these different combos of the mixed races. Apparently Protoss Zerg has been very good in the UTHERMAL events, someone was saying in the chat earlier, so I find that interesting. I always thought Protoss Terran was a very good combo. I feel like Terran Zerg has some of the lesser synergy for later in the game. Obviously not seen any off-racing yet in this event, everyone's been playing main race so far. I believe they're allowed to off-race if they do want to. Obviously, in matchups like this, everyone's probably just going to play their main race, but when we see like the double Protoss or the double Terran that we've seen so far, that's maybe when the off-races could have come about. They have not been brought to play just yet. Things chasing the Lings, a road drone coming through, continue to settle down. Things chasing that other Ling around. A couple of Adepts gather up. Queens will get that Zergling trying to go for it there. Extractor gonna get placed as well. Still got the Blink building for now. Nexus and the Forge coming online too. A little bit of everything being brought up. Let's have the Adepts continue to join together. Lings will chase some other Lings. And we take a moment to really just settle down, man. Nothing really happening early game in this one. We're not going to see Nicorect opting for the bio. Stimpack done. Combat shield building. So again, that bio play already coming online. All pinging here and there. The few Stalkers pulling back. Oracle's gathering together. Blink +1 coming up. Just going to be seeing the few Marines going to be there for the Lings already. Marines getting turned back around the other side. Marines unloading on the left. It's going to be gathering up. Lots of pinging around. Players just using those pings as a way to identify locations we're talking about and everything else. Just having the stalks on the right as we get ready to take another base. Man, it's been... I mean, don't get me wrong, it's maybe about to heat up a little bit, but we've seen a couple of strays, but nothing too dramatic just yet. Dropping his stasis mount, water down to the high ground. The charge coming up. +1 attack's about to finish. Templar Archives is about to be done. Well, Stasis is going to catch a few of those units as well. The Stalk is still stepping forward. I'll catch on a laser again. Some of the units there from Yakov just found in the map, so... Ooh, I'm going to need a Stasis Ward as well, though. And Stasis Ward's got to get chaotic in 2v2 as well. Because those few Storms are going to get the Marines, the Hellions, all going down. Storm +2 still coming up. We see another trade breaking out. Stalker's going to fight the Roach Ravager. See the rest of that Roach Ravager join up as well. +2 and Storm. Going to make some progress onto the map as well, so Showtime will have that on his side. Definitely feels like Showtime going to get into that very nice army he's very good at controlling. But right now there's a pretty terrifying push coming, so maybe we don't quite get there. I actually thought he was going to have a little bit more time, but this army is actually really making room for itself, and a laser and Nicorak are shoving their way in very powerfully. Bases on this top side going to go down. There's a lot of losses specifically for Yakov. I think those were both his bases, so... Going to be seeing the Zerg kind of getting cut off a little bit right now as the Infestor is going to find some Fungals. Showtime now has Storm. Fungal comes down, no Storm comboed with it. That would have been disgusting. Would have had to shut my eyes for that one, especially on the Marines. Still, a nice shove in from a laser and Nicorak, but I do think Showtime and Yakov are now getting to this better army. And that's going to be a factor. Oh, Showtime is going to maybe catch something here. Knocking the rocks down. Ooh, this is interesting because... Oh, he's going to blink in. There's going to be Storms coming down to the south side. The Marines he's kind of blocking. He's hitting a lot of the Roaches, but obviously he blinked into this, so a lot of his Stalkers take a ton of damage. What a wild fight. That was such a brazen move from Showtime, just going straight blink in. Storm the Roaches. I thought he could maybe blink after the Roaches and maybe storm the Marines from the top. Obviously, the whole point was that Laser Nicorak got a little bit disjointed on their retreat, though. Like, a laser was long gone and Nicorak was still pulling back, so that opened the door to maybe get a fight. I actually don't think it was that catastrophic overall. One Stasis catches a Marine. Which Ravager gathering up. Pulling back around. Extra Zealots warping in for the moment. Stalkers, Zealots going after a few more Roaches. Mobiles, Oracle steps out of there for now. We've seen the Zealots still High Templar continue to build as the couple of Zealots going to get nabbed. So this is going to step up. The Roaches are going to be surrounded by Zealots there. A couple of High Templars finally coming through for the Storms. Want to make sure you've got some Storms for the bio units as well, though. Like, it's great softening up these Roaches, but if the bio goes full strength, then that ain't going to be fun at the end of the day. Catching the drop on the right-hand side. That won't do much, even blinking forward. Getting as much value as possible on the defensive side of this now. See the +3 attack, and the Immortal still coming through. The Nexus building as well. Is the music weird for others? You get some crazy warping. You need to go to your settings on Twitch, to the Twitch page, and just click turn off low latency mode. It's a Twitch setting that's basically giving... Ooh, hang on. The Bio is going to get jumped on. That's a good fight from Yakov, but is he going to get surrounded by a laser? Showtime is very heavily on the right side. He's not on the left to support Yakov at all. So Yakov's very much so in his own fight right now, but he fought off Nicorect, and now he's fighting off a laser. Storms to the rescue, but honestly, Yakov didn't really need them. These High Templar need some love. Uh-oh, Archons, Archons, Archons! Ah! Run, Templar! Oh my god. This was such a ridiculous affair. These High Templar are just running from the roaches. Crazy. That was a wild fight. That was super crazy. Stalker's going to get down to the bottom side here. The planetary fortress will start to take some damage. More Stalkers taking hits. The Bio continue to push through. A couple of Vipers gathered. Upgrades still coming about. The Vipers, the Lurker Den, all coming around as well. Extra Lurkers coming over for the moment. The Stalker's going to blink across. Zell's going to jump onto the rocks. The Immortal's going to fire through. Roadchild is still coming forward. We are just going to be seeing the army is really stepping up though from Yakov. And Showtime is really wild. Like, Yakov is just working the left of the map. Showtime is working the right. And I feel like they're both doing extremely well on both fronts. It feels like the orange and red guys have really taken control in the last little while. And really, I mean, they're under attack as well. Like, it feels like they're winning the broader strokes of battle that are happening on the map. Like, that harassment in the back from the lasers is very nice. Those Lurkers are very powerful. So this army pressing forward, but we don't have detection. The Lurkers are actually going to get through for a bunch of damage in the end. The few High Templar have to step away. A ton of abducts coming down, +3 missiles, and these seismic spines will build as well. We've seen those Lurkers still putting some work in. They're still fighting. Damage still being done. Just going to knock the assimilator down. We are going to be seeing the Zells ready to jump in on these Lurkers, though. They're kind of unprotected at the moment, so that's a fairly easy cleanup. Some splash done to the Zelds, but they'll regenerate from that. At least their shields will be back. So they'll be fairly healthy. Top left, though. Yakov's going to lose a base. Oh, Yakov's army is just gone, huh? His supply is absolutely in the gutter after all of this. Man, I really felt like he was dominating on the left side, but looks like he's lost some fights. And now Yakov is going to be trailing as Showtime takes another good fight down to the bottom. Is Showtime just going to push? I don't know how much he can push with the fact that he's already losing on the storms. Like, he doesn't have any storms really left. I think he's going to have to turn around. Nicorect and the laser will get to stabilize, and Yakov just isn't. Yakov's still dying. Yakov is actually on his final base already, and that is just in trouble. Going to come through with the Hydras here to try and defend it. We might be able to clean up this army. Abduct on one of the medevacs, so we make something out of it, but Yakov is hanging on by a thread. Thinner than the abduct line. There is not a lot he has left. Showtime's main's kind of being ransacked as well. It's actually been chaotic, huh? The counterattacks from Nicorect and the laser have put in absolute work. I just don't think Yakov is strong enough at this point in time to really be the help that we needed to be. I'm going to get the Immortal, but I'm going to get the Oracle. Next comes through, Roach Hydra still to the center, heading to the top. On a bit of a journey right now as the Hydras continue to play chase. A couple storms out over here, Marauders and Marines taking an absolute beating. Gonna get that Ghost as well. Showtime's army is just not looking pretty anymore. It's just not large enough. As the army of Yakov is going to get found. I mean, he doesn't rebuild from this because his economy is gone. He's trying to rebuild a hatchery. He's trying to get a few more Hydras up, but I just don't think any of that's going to happen. As you see Showtime chasing in, but I think they both realize that this game has gone out of control, man. It felt like Showtime and Yakov, like I said, they were winning the broadest strokes of battle. But actually, at that point, we definitely started to see some more of the harassment of Nicorakt and a laser breakthrough, and Yakov's army just got melted. So he absolutely lost so much in a fight. I think at the same time as Showtime did very well in a fight in comparison, but but Yakov never was able to build back up, whereas Nicorakt and the laser were able to stabilize, right? And that obviously makes a big difference as game one goes the way of the Terran Zerg combo. Nicorakt and laser taking the opening game. I'm gonna go have a peek at the other match. I'm interested in what the other matches have going on, to be honest, right now. Lambo Spirit already up 1-0 over Zugaliang Goblin. Ooh. Very fun. Waiting for game 2 to get hosted. Emerald City, big map for the second game. Those are going to be set. Get ready to go. Wasn't Showtime playing with Lampo earlier? Yeah, the teams change every matchup. Your result goes towards your own score, and then you play your next matches with different players, different teammates. You play with everyone from your group once. It is interesting. Yeah, I like it a lot. Laser asking for a second. Basic format. I actually genuinely think it's a very sick format. I love it. I love it. Gets me excited. Boom, 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 boom. All right, let's go. StarCraft soundtrack's still sick. Yeah, StarCraft soundtrack's great. I don't think I could genuinely listen to something as much as the StarCraft. I wonder how many times I've listened to the StarCraft 2 soundtrack, actually. I've probably never listened to anything else more in my life. Kind of crazy, actually, to just stop and think about for a second. Like, man, like, this is really, I really listen to this a lot. Can you imagine I didn't like it? God, casting would be miserable. Like, oh, this song again. Yeah, it would be pretty grim, to say the least. Root Raw soundtrack's best. Honestly, sound in general in StarCraft 2 is very good, no? Like, when you think about all the sounds of, like, units mining, units attacking, units taking damage. Like the sound of StarCraft 2 is honestly kind of phenomenal. No? Like, it's so high quality. Yeah, crazy. Cool expansion play from both players. Emerald City, we're kind of imagining is the map that could definitely go long here. So definitely a potential opportunity. As the Reaper moves out onto the map, so we're going to go journeying over for the moment. Start getting the Nexus building in, the link speed building from both players. I like it so far. Why are you saying interesting so much today? Oh, you have the caster thing where you realize you're saying a word and you no! Why do I only use this word? You know what it was earlier today? Earlier today I was trying to say out something like all the time, like outmanned, outnumbered, outmuscled. Outplay. Like, I was using, for some reason I was just saying these different words with out non-stop during the League Cup today. It's so weird how that just comes around, just sort of happens. Like, it's really kind of wild. Queens chase after the Adept. Adept's dead, no? On their way? Shade? Good? Shade good. Shade good. Adept outlings. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, Reaper 2. It took everything, but this Adept will go down. Huh? Adept will indeed go down. Okay, well. We have our few Zerglings actually out from Yakov with speed. Going to try and take some control here. Reaper is going to get hunted. Doesn't really have a way out. A few Lings going to show up from a laser. I don't think Yakov necessarily wants to fight that yet. Fight with your Adepts. That's a moment that you actually can fight though, right? Like, now these... oh, Oracle shows up too. We actually had way less Lings from Yakov. Still being kind of fine. As we have the Lings with the laser. Going to come across. Oracle going to eat an energy recharge. Get energy back up after fighting some of those Lings off. I've got Lings peeling back around on the left-hand side. So they come back over. The Baneling Nest is going to build. The additional drones are coming up. Queens are going to fire and play a bit of defense here as we try and defend those drones and don't let anything happen to them. Protect them with your life. And a few Lings here. I'm just going to go through and go after some of the pylons and so. A little bit more damage being done. Bane Nest coming online. The Lings in production. Queen on the way. A few more Lings going to fight with each other for a couple of moments there as the Surround is going to come down. One Queen dropping. Second Queen dropping. Okay, a laser. No! Okay, he messed that up. He could have absolutely killed that Queen. He just pulled off it. He should have just left 3 or 4 Lings on it. Queen goes down. It's a nice grab. For the cost of 3 or 4 more Lings you leave behind, that's absolutely worth killing, I think. Look at this aggression, man. Marine showing up. Bane's morphing. We just pinged here, by the way, as well. So we're going to get ready to fight a little bit. Marines are going to stem forward. Showtime's not really set up to do anything yet, right? Because he opened with the Oracle, and so his follow-up is not ready. So Showtime is not a huge amount of use right now. The Rojas are very nice. The Banelings do not have a lot to kind of add on to this at the moment, actually. They would have been better as just Lings still, although... I mean, here are the Lings. The Marines are protected. The Bane should just aim for a mineral line and go for some damage. The Stalkers are in trouble. Obviously, no Blink still available. Oh no, those drones again, very caught up in the back. The Oracle goes down too. Kaboom! I don't know how many it is, but it's definitely a lot as the Marines can just lift up and get out still, I think, in plenty of time. Yakov has lost 21 drones. Resources lost is going to be favorable to Nicorakt and a laser. And we're going to be on... actually, still not even a worker advantage. So, young Yakov loses a lot, but he's replaced them. A laser obviously cutting drones to do this. Actually, it's going to be okay for Showtime and Yakov here. They are going to survive through it, and as long as they survive through it, they're going to be A-okay for the moment. More Stalkers gather as they pull around the left-hand side. +1 attack, +1 armor, and of course combat shield all being brought into play. 8 additional drones coming up too as these few Stalkers jump on top of the Zerglings. We'll start to push our way through those, and the Lings will begin to go down. Nexus gets cancelled, and a new Nexus starts up. The Lings would like to get a catch on these Stalkers, and we are going to be seeing them getting completely wrapped around, going down in some big numbers already. Roaches gather, moving down the left side. +1/+1 upgrades, concussive shells. All on the way through. Marine Marauder Medivac in production also. Let's just see the Stalkers continue to get a couple of shots off. Some cleanup being made. And the Marines are going to stem forward again. We've had a couple of moments where these Marines have been very effective. I mean, you can kill the Stasis Ward. You have the scan down. Correct. Taking good control of the map with those Marines being scary. Yakov, though, up in supply compared to a laser. Upgrades coming through. 1-1 from Yakov, a laser playing off the 0-0, just getting roach speed as his priority. Meanwhile, you've got roach speed already done from Yakov, and then he's already thinking about Hive. Infestation bit coming online. Infest is being added. A laser's just spamming roaches, though, so we're going, no? From a laser, 71 drones. I mean, you got to be going, though, if you're not adding on any sort of future kind of improvements, like upgrades or anything. This has just got to be a big old push here and now, more or less. We're also only a 2-base terrace, so this is absolutely just going to be a big old push. Stasis catches a bunch of those Marines. Can we get those back out of there safely is going to be the question. Does Showtime challenge them, or does he let them slip? He might just let them go, but that's also not exactly a guarantee. Really could be going in any which way as the Lings pull back around the left side. In the middle of that hatchery, roaches are still stepping forward. Marines keep coming through. Is just going to be seeing a couple tanks already firing. Ravagers taking some shots as well. Corrosive Bile slap bang in the middle for 2 tanks to go down at once. Man, this surging push, we've seen it a few times when there's no splash able to deal with it. It can be so scary, just the Bio Roach Ravager pushing in. Nekov has a counterattack on the move. It's a good fungal to slow us down on the ramp. Stasis is going to ball the ramp as well. They're going to start knocking down the rocks and targeting those. Meanwhile, like I say, the counterattack is huge on the other side. So Yakov is putting in work while they try to pull off this defense. The laser supply is good. Nigarak supply is good when you look at the comparisons between the players right now. They're going to brute force their way up. Tanks in reach as well. Colossus on the way out, but it will not have range. It's not exactly going to be super useful straight away. Never mind. Robo Facility dies. It's not going to be coming out at all. Nigarak and a laser on their way to victory, it would seem, as they push and they don't stop pushing all the way through. Marines, tanks, Ravagers pushing on in. The Roach is still dying off here. The Stalker's trying to split back in the background. This is going to be too much. This is going to be all we needed. This is going to be GG's. I believe this attack will not end from our Terran Zerg combo. Showtime 70 supply, Yakov 110. It's going to be a laser and Nigarak to grab victory after 2 games only in this best of 3. Oh, look at Nigarak typing the GG in response. Man was eager for them to get out of that game. Whew. He almost typed GG as quickly as I typed easy at that guy on the ladder the other day. Oh, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Have we got a result on the other matchups? Yes. Looks as though Lambo and Spirit took down Goblin Zhuge 2-0 and a little bit more quickly than how Alaza and Nigarak took them down here. I believe our last match is going to be Nigarak Yakov. 2 guys who just fought each other. Now teaming up to play against Zhuge Liang and Lambo. Double Zerg. Double Zerg. Goblin Alaza, Showtime, Shameless is the other matchup about to happen. Goblins 0-2. Not a great start to the group, but plenty of time to recover. Yakov is going to be 0-2 as well. Zhuge Liang 0-1. Showtime 1-0. Shameless 1. Showtime 1-1. Shameless 1-0. move up the group currently. Nicorect and Spirit are 1-1 as well, with Lambo and a Laser undefeated at 2-0. Hey, what's up, Paxu? Thank you so much for the 7-month resub on the Prime. Love for you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. Alrighty, guys. Game number, whatever. Coming up next, as we'll be going into, like I say, Nicorect, Yakov versus Lambert, Zhuge out this party and try and find a new party. Get this ready to go, guys. Awesome. Why are you not allowed to watch UTHERMAL stream? Why? What do you mean, why are you not allowed? What does it, what happens if you go to UTHERMAL's channel? Videos have begun. Roscallion, Vito 1. Like I say, Zerg surely is the weakest combo. Do we see any off racing here? Like, to me, this would be absolute prime time to off race. I suppose we'll find out shortly. Stretch it out in a day. One more series to go. 8.5 hours. We have a 9-hour stream. I like it when you get 9-hour stream. Honestly, we don't do longer streams enough anymore. Mostly because there's not really oftentimes enough StarCraft to do longer streams with, you know? It's kind of crazy to see. But very happy to get us back on track, maybe. Look what our time stream is. Oh yeah, we did it on Sunday. Oh yeah, when I came back from EWC, we did a long stream. Yeah, this was our second longest stream other than that though, since like since we had front page on 7th of April. We're gonna have front page again, by the way, on this coming Monday. So we're gonna be doing 2 WardiTV Mondays this week. Gonna be exciting. You think ZZ would benefit from creeper synergy? The creeper synergy doesn't really matter compared to just how good your units are. The problem is Zerg units are very Zergy and swarmy. Like Zerg, what usually happens in 2v2 is at least one player gets up to that much more stable later game kind of deathball-y army. Zerg doesn't have that. Zerg has a lot of spellcasters and so on, and then swarminess. The problem is the amount of swarminess that can be useful really depreciates as you add more swarminess because the splash from the opponents keeps on just dealing with it. And adding more spellcasters doesn't always solve the problem, right? So basically the effectiveness of just doubling up the Zerg units really goes downhill compared to what the other race can do, where it's very solid splash units, etc. really will just dominate, I think. So I think Zerg is very good for some aggressive shoves and for some timing attacks, but outside of that, I actually think Zerg's a little bit weak in 2v2. So we'll find out though. 1, 2, 3 vetoes down, a couple more to go, and we'll be off into this final series of the day for us. Bum 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 bum. Ugh. Vetoes continue through for the moment. Alright, last video or so should be coming through in a sec, guys. Should be able to get this going. I think run buys must go ham. I think the problem is though is like the problem is with having double Zerg though is like you don't gain anything from the second Zerg, you know? Like Ling run bys are great, but you already have someone that can Ling run by. I think that's always the issue. One player maxed on Brutal, Corrupted Queen, the other mass Lings, and yeah, but it's just not as good. Like the Zerg units just, in that case, then Zerg units just don't scale as well. Like Zerg units genuinely just get worse, and you're basically saying it's Zerg versus 2 maxed out armies, right? So it just gets worse and worse. So basically, to then have one player kind of have a useful late game army, they just don't have a late game army. So then you only have one late game army versus another late game army. Guys, I'm going to be real fast just as this invite comes out. I'll throw you guys on the in-game screen. But yeah, you just double Zerg doesn't really benefit from each other. At least with Terran, you can kind of play like with Protoss, you can kind of play like one guy plays Blink or Phoenix, and the other guy plays more ground. With Terrans, you can play one guy mech, one guy bio, or like double bio can be all over the map and really continue to spread out and benefit from having an extra guy spreading out. The same just doesn't really work with the way that the Zerg and Zerg combine together. Yeah, Ling into Muta and the other guy playing Roach, yeah, that sort of stuff can work, but it's like, it's not consistent because if it gets dealt with, you get put in a position that you can't really recover from. Like, you're basically always on a timer as Zerg. I'm not saying you can never win games with it, there's going to be ways to play it, but it's definitely one of the worst combos because you're just straight up taken out from the later stage of the game, you know? And obviously being taken out from the latest stage of the game is kind of a big dealio. Great viewership on the YouTube today. Shout out to YouTube guys. If you are watching on the YouTube, like and subscribe. We appreciate it. Helps us out a bunch. Thank you if you decide to do so. Just waiting for everybody to come in, readying up, everyone getting set. They are currently set as Zerg, so like I say, it'll be interesting to see what we do. I actually think Zerg versus like Protoss Terran would be worse than playing versus Protoss Zerg. Or Terran Zerg. Like, I feel like having a Zerg on the other side offsets a little bit, maybe. So... Woohoo, YouTube crew? Hell yeah. Yeah, YouTube's been popping today. We have like 4K views on the current live stream, but it's the second live stream of the day because we made like a new one for the... We made a new one after the first event earlier. So yeah, kind of crazy. We're looking at like 7K live stream views today on YouTube. Pretty nuts. Pretty nuts. I look back last time I had 7K on like a single video. The Fellcracker event was good for us. Anyways, let's see how they approach the Zerg then. Ugh. They've got blue and blue for the Zergs. I really think the two Zergs should be red and orange, and the two guys that are of different races should be blue and blue, because the blue and blues are so hard to tell apart. Like, yeah, the blue and blue is so hard to tell apart. Orange and red's a little easier to tell apart. Lambo, Zhuge Liang, bottom left. Yakov and Nikorakt in the upper right. As we get into Yellow Jacket, I'm going to try and steal the view of TKL. Let's see if he's obscene or if he's not. We'll find out in a few moments, I guess. See if he moves his camera at all or not, like I say. Either he does or he doesn't, you know? Either he does or he doesn't. Attention drones coming through. Look at those 3 Zergs in a row in that production tab, all in sync. More or less. They were more in sync when I started my sentence, but that's a little bit later from Lambo. Like I said, I'm genuinely curious as to what they try and do. I honestly think, like, maybe a timing window attack could be one of the better approaches. SCV coming across again, hatch, pool, coming through for the moment. And Rotron building, couple queens coming through. Get set up. Follow this Reaper down the map as it comes to investigate the Zergies. A Rotron already building, so that's obviously a pretty fast Rotron, so that does suggest a little bit of what's going on. This could be like link flood roaches. That's actually a pretty cool concept, right? If one guy just floods the lings and the other guy gets all the roaches. Could also maybe add a Bane nest in the end from Lambo and just get a couple Banes up to potentially, like, you know, bust through a few Zerglings in the front line of the, you know, opponent. Yeah, that's a Bane nest coming down. Yeah, it's going to be a time window. Well, at least we know the Ling Bane's going to be Lambos and the Roaches are going to be Zhuge Liang, so we have that bit of information at the very least. Factory about to finish, command center in the orbital coming up. Nikorakt and Yakov. Can they get a defense going against this Ling Bane coming up from Yakov? Will Nikorakt be of much use? He's triple CCing, so he's not exactly playing the most friendly kind of defensive style. Extra gas coming up now. That's kind of cute. Faking the third hatchery. Cancels it, more lings come up. Now we're going to start figuring out what's going on, as the lings are going to get their ling speed, and Banes will start. Obviously, Lambo wants to morph some Banes in here as well. This will be a little bit of Ling Bane micro war, because then Zhuge Liang is going to have the roaches, and it's really just up to Lambo to try and protect those roaches with the Lings as best as you possibly can. Going to try and let the roaches hit the Hellions, of course. You're going to see some back and forth there in general. You know, there's kind of definitely better sets of units you want to connect. The roaches going after the Banelings here is going to be okay, I think. The Banelings only had one Baneling connect on the Banelings in the back, so they actually get to live and come through. The Baneling did connect on some Lings, though. However, the rest of the Banelings do now start to connect. Lings, do they want to go into the mineral line, or are we just going to focus breaking up this ramp right now? Looks like we're going to focus on getting up this ramp. The roaches at least are. The Lings that Lambo pulled back decided to not quite commit just yet. Bane still mixed in here, going to connect in. The Roach and the Lings gathering together. Lambo and Zhuge Liang had a good start to this, but I don't know if they've done enough. They are only building Hellions really on the other side. There's a Cyclone on the way too, but they're not going to get up into the main base. I mean, do you just kill the natural here of... do you just kill the natural of Yakov and just go from there? Hellions trying to make another dive down to the low ground. They are starting to drone back at home, by the way, Lambo and Zhuge Liang, so... They're going to get those drones going. They're all going to get to the next stage, and they're going to do it with Yakov at least losing one hatchery. I honestly really think there's a realistic chance that they kill the other as well. He's going to pick off those Broodlings. The Roaches are going to be left to zone still, doing a good job of it. Zhuge Liang keeping those Roaches up in front. Yeah, Lambo pulls the Lings to go get the other hatch. If you put Yakov down to one base, you've got to think that that's going to be fairly effective. As these Roaches, the only problem with these Roaches is they don't get home easily, because obviously they don't have speed, so the Cyclone and Hellions can chase, and so the Roaches will pretty much always take damage. Now, obviously, there's not a lot of Cyclones left, but an additional Cyclone coming up. Again, Evo Chamber on the way through as well. A few more Roaches coming about. The Queen's coming through. A Mule's dropped down. Hellions, Cyclones continue to push at the moment, as we just see a couple more Roaches firing back at the moment as well. Lock-ons continue. Shots coming through. Cyclone locking in. The Overlord will take a few more shots of damage. You're not going to be seeing the cleanup coming in for the moment. Just have the mag field continuing up. Hellions also building. Hatches and Lings coming through at this point. But I think... I mean, you're coming out the other side of this commitment. This counterattack feels like it's got to do something, right? Because if you don't do anything at all here, Yakov is... okay, rebuilding to a second base. It's not exactly ideal. He's actually building a macro hatch in his main. Cancels this forward hatchery. And this feels like one of the better chances to get something done. You see Queen's Roaches spreading a good concave. Trying to deal with this. There is that hatch coming back up, as we mentioned. Cyclone's getting their lock-ons. Can obviously trade well over time. Even snagging a Baneling is quite a nice little positive. Queen's still taking some shots also. He has the Cyclone step through once more. A little bit of Ling Bane coming back across. Lock-ons continue. Roaches and Queens going down. Big damage being done. As the game stalls for a moment. Thank you so much. Around then, bam. 7-month resub and the 5 gifted subs. Going out to Vorsmith, Fix, Shemetz, Coffeelisk, Loki Feel, and Baz 3D. Thank you so much, around then, bam. For the 7 months and the 5 gifted. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Roach, take a little bit more damage there. We are going to be seeing the Lings pulling back out over that right-hand side. So they're going to come back over this direction. Gets into a pretty interesting phase of the game, right? Like, Nikarak's bullying. You can see Yakov's supply is hurting from earlier. Uh-oh, Cyclones. Gonna get wrapped around, and they're gonna get killed, because you got the Roaches to follow up on this as well, so the damage output is there. Usually the Lings wrapping there is so ineffective, because they wrap, but then they die before they can kill much. But with the Roaches nearby, and them being able to attack as well, that's a huge shutdown, and brings Nikarak's supply down a little bit. Yakov with a nice little counter backstab. Gonna catch Zhuge Liang's base on the bottom side. And this game obviously stays very hectic. You are going to be seeing the +1 missiles being worked on by Liang. Lambo about to get his own Evo chamber up as well. Spire coming in from Yakov. Love the Spire, because the Spire is going to have to be something that we don't really have an answer to at all from the double Zerg team. And then they're kind of in too chaotic of a game to really think about planning for mutas. So Yakov, who's kind of, looking pretty dead, is actually going to get a few mutas up and cause absolute chaos with it. I love that. Cyclones coming through, Roaches going down. Melee upgrade, Bane, Slings, Lair, all coming about as the Hellions will get that drone. Nice little catch, Infernal Pre-Igniter, and Cyclone still setting up for the moment. Get that blue flame up and running. Would be beautiful. And Cyclone coming back around. Some lock-ons just obviously going to give them a chance to pick away at this hatchery. Lambo has not been allowed a third base at all. And that's going to continue as well, which is another part of the problem. Mutas are on the way, man. The answer is still just non-existent, really. And honestly, the Hellion Cyclone is becoming more and more of a problem. I do not think there's a good answer to this at all. Nicarak is the leading supply player in the game. That's not good, because obviously you typically think of TVZ. If Terrans are ahead in supply, that ain't pretty. The Mutas will start to deal some damage, and all we can do is really build spores. We're not in a position, we're not rich enough, we're not set up enough to build anything outside of spores as an answer to this. We can't really get to infestors, we can't really build hydras right now. So you build spores and queens and hope it's enough. Don't get me wrong, it's not a ton of mutas, right? It's not like this is 20 mutalists or something. But it is going to get there if you don't start clearing them up at some point. But then, if all you've ever got is the spores and the queens, do you ever really clean them up? Probably not. The Cyclone's supporting you too, yeah, just ain't happening. Now this Hatchery of Zhuge Liang in trouble, and it looks as though Nicarak and Yakov are heading into very good shape in this opening game. Told you guys, Double Zerg sucks. I do wonder what their approach would be for Game 2. They tried something very timing-focused this time. Didn't work, even though it honestly went pretty well at first. And you're playing against a 3cc Terran. So I wonder what you kind of do from there instead. I wonder what your kind of other plan is, basically. I actually think someone, as someone mentioned in chat, someone playing mutas, maybe like Lambo plays the mutas and Zhuge Liang plays on the ground. Something like that could be quite effective. Obviously, Lambo played mutas with Showtime earlier, and it was the same idea. He used the mutas to rip the guys apart and pull them all over the place. And then the, the ground army of Showtime pushed in and did the work. So maybe a similar vibe just with Zerg and Zerg could be the way forward, could maybe be the approach we take. Looks like they're already in a game 2, I think, going for the other series as well. Showtime Shameless taking the map off Goblin a laser. Woo-hoo-hoo! Goblin is 0-2. He could be 0-3. Very, very soon. It's wild. I thought Goblin was one of the top 2v2ers. Not going well, though. That's the fun of this format, right? The difference in kind of who you play with and everything. It definitely has an impact. We wait for Game 2 to host up on Emerald City, it seems. Who would have guessed? Alright, I'm gonna get into this, guys. Couple of moments to get this underway. Having Nicarak readying up Zhuge Liang and Lambo. Getting into the blues. It's been a really fun first day of games, guys. Maybe this is our last map. It's been a fun stream. Hope you guys have enjoyed. This actually went a little bit longer than I thought. I thought it was going to be like 3 to 4 hours, when we're at 4 to 5 on the TV2 part of it, Bull, but it's okay. Again, I appreciate you all being here as we just get ready for Game 2. Lambo switched to Protoss, which I do think is also a very good tactical decision, potentially. I do honestly think that's a very reasonable way to play, potentially. I honestly think it's... Like I said, I think one of the strategies for Zerg might be just get an off race going, you know? we are set. Go, go. And we are going to begin. Game 2. Yeah, what's up, Fonza79? Go, go! Thanks so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime. Super appreciate it. Thanks for supporting the channel. Let's get into what might be our last game of the day. It might not be. Let's see what happens. I think Zerg on this map is actually just no good as well, because I think a lot of what you can do in Zerg gets taken away by the layout of this map, actually, so maybe the best time for Lambo to switch to Protoss is indeed now. As in the bottom right, Yakov and Nikorakt will represent. And in the top left, it will be Lambo and Zhuge Liang. Lambo and Zhuge Liang being the blue players. Lambo is playing Protoss. Everyone else playing their main races. What's up, Shepard? How you doing? What's good? Good. StarCraft, honestly, it's been a fun day. We've had some good games. 1v1 and 2v2. It's been enjoyable. Sure. It's been enjoyable. Gateway coming down, assimilators establishing. I see the extractor coming about. Overlord's heading across, seeing what's going on. Check to see what is up as the hatch and the gas in the pool. Coming on through, gets settled in. Nexus, the Cybercore simulator building right now. And drop that Stargate into place. And speed coming up as we get settled. I was going to see the Reaper going to fight. And the Lings just going to be shooting away for the moment. Adept going to try and shade forward. And the Adept just going to chase the Reaper away. Ling speed coming about. The command center coming through. Factory and the barracks coming online. Why is every Pro's off race Protoss? Is it the easiest race? I think it's the easiest to translate things into more quickly. Because at its core, Protoss is best at making a lot of big, chunky units and go-go, you know? There's a lot less intricacy at a very baseline level. And so when you give a Pro the choice of an off race between Terran and Protoss, Protoss is just easier to pick up from a baseline level of knowledge. Doesn't mean it's easier overall. It's just easier to pick up quickly, I think. Is this the finals? No, this is the last match of the day in round 3 of 9 rounds of group stage. Tomorrow is another 3 rounds of group stage for Group A, then Group B, and the same again on Sunday to finish off the group stages. The playoffs are next weekend. Ling's going to be running up, and I'm just going to jump onto the Nexus over here. Just going to get a little cancel of that, as we do have the Ling Bane on the way through, the Marines Medevac Stim on the way up as well. Ling's going to try and get into this mineral line on the left side. Queen going to be in some trouble already. And we do have the Oracle's going to activate. Reaper will go down. As Queen is in a little bit of trouble at the moment, so... Some harass coming through. We do save the Queen, though. Zhuge will not lose it. Obviously, Lambo with the Oracles. Gonna play into Blink up the follow-up as well, so... Seen a lot of where we're going there. Yakov and Nikarak and in general, Zerg Terrans today have been having some very good pushes and very feisty plays, especially as Stim finishes up and the drops arrive, and then you kind of push in with that first wave, and it's going to be exactly that right now. Bane supported by the double medevac, the whole idea being that these Marines are completely supported. This is exactly what happened in that match with Showtime earlier as well, where he was on his way to Blink but just wasn't ready yet. And that became a major issue as they're just going to dive onto this base. Marines should target down those Oracles. They should be a prime target right now. They are expensive and very useful units for the later part of the game. Going to pull back, get back onto the hatchery if possible, and that is going to be something which is achievable, it seems. A couple more Banes getting knocked down as well. Damage continuing to come on through. Riddling top. The medevacs will come back over. Still going to be seeing the combat shield and the +1 building as well. Just having the Twilight Council still chrono boosting up the Blink, the Forge on the way through. We are going to be seeing a little ping in the center. The medevacs go back the other way. And Robo Facility and the Forge coming up for the moment, bringing that in. A couple of Stalkers on the way. I love what these Marines have done. A lot of efficiency early on. Zhuge Liang definitely hurting a little bit from this. The Stalkers will get some OVs and they will try and push through. We lost only one of the Oracles. Really could have got that other one, I feel like. It was very exposed for a while. Would have been really nice to be able to grab that. Wings get picked off. We will see the Wings taking damage as well. One upgrade still coming through. Another Ling or so coming about. The missile upgrades, the carapace upgrades, Hydra just on the way. Correct and Zhuge Liang, about 180 combined supply right now. Also the same for Lambo and Zhuge Liang. So Nikarak and Yakov, sorry, 180-ish. Lambo and 190-ish now. Lambo, Zhuge Liang at 180-ish. So just a little bit of supply difference, not overly so. Definitely, again, red and orange guys a little bit favored so far. 1-1 upgrades finishing soon. Going to continue to play into the Marine tank. As Yakov is going to now start switching into Roachling Bane overall. So a little bit different from him. In fact, he's getting Roach speed, but no Bane speed, so maybe he's just going to be very Roach focused from here. Maybe he doesn't continue into Banes. May just not feel the Banes are worth it with the Protoss on the field. There's a bunch of Hydras up there. I feel like Bane speed and a bunch of Banes could be good there, and maybe even worthwhile enough to kind of chuck it into play. Anyways, we will see how it continues as the upgrades continue for now. Again, Roach Ravage and Roach speed all coming up. We get that underway. It's going to be seeing the Marine tank coming online as well. Rest of those Marines all join together. Roach speed building, Roach is building. Have a little bit of the Stalker Force starting to take some hits already, getting pushed back. Nice catch, and these Hydras are just nowhere near to help out, so this is just Lambo kind of fighting on his own. He doesn't have Splash with this, is the problem, at the moment is the problem. There goes the Oracle, there goes the Stays towards Tank Sieging, here's the Roach Ravager to help out as well. I mean, the Hydras get involved, but they're just weak. Ling's trying to reinforce, are stuck behind the Stalkers. Finally they get through, but only to melt the Marine firepower, and it is looking as though Lambo and Zhuge Liang will not get a defense here, as Nikarak and Young Yakov just look pretty dominant actually in this 2v2. GG gets called. That will be that. Yakov and Nikarak will take a 2-0, and they will advance to being 1 point further along in the group stage. Congrats to them. They look good in this 2v2. It's one of the maybe more convincing 2v2s we've seen all day. I think that's one of those times where the race setups definitely become a little bit problematic as well, right? So, guys, meanwhile, over on UTHERMAL stream, there is still the other match taking place. So if you're interested in that, it's still going on. It is going to be Showtime and Shameless. Currently about 190 supply to 300. In fact, never mind. It's done. It's going to go to a game 3. So they're going to go to game 3. I'm going to send you guys over to UTHERMAL in a moment with the raid. So thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you all. I'm going to wrap it up. And I'm going to, I'm going to send you guys over to UTHERMAL when the ads have played. Thank you so much for watching today, guys. I appreciate you all. Thanks for sticking around. It's been a long one. I appreciate you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow for more 2v2 action. You guys have a great day. Thanks so much for watching. I'll see you all later. Bye.